Nestled in the heart of Delhi, Qutab Golf Course is India's first public golf course, offering a perfect blend of history, sport and scenic beauty. Set against the iconic Qutub Minar, Chandigarh's Karandeep Kochar followed up his first round of 65 with an even better 64 in round 2 to move up 2 spots to second position at a total of 11 under 129. Yuvraj Sandhu, another Chandigarh-based professional, shot a second straight 65 to gain 1 spot and end the day in third place at 10 under 130. But it was Delhi's Kshitij Naved's call, who fired a sensational course record of 10 under 60 to move into a one-shot lead at a total of 12 under 128 at the halfway stage of the 1 crore Calance Open 2025.
Hello and welcome to Calance Open 2025. I've got two very fine gentlemen alongside me, Shivasnath and the man of the moment, Mr. V. Krishnaswamy. He's back after covering the Augusta Masters. I'm very, very tempted to talk to him about Rory McIlroy and how he created history, Swamy.
Well, without doubt, ever since 2014 August, when he came to win his second PGA Championships, and a couple of months before that when he won the British Open in 2014 at Hoylake, the eyes have always been on Rory McIlroy, whether or not he would complete the career Grand Slam. It took him 11 years, a lot of heartbreaks, some great shows, and finally, with that amazing birdie putt on the first playoff hole against Justin Rose, his senior from England, and of course one of the finest men in golf, Rory McIlroy did achieve that fifth major, went from 4 to 5, and most importantly joined a club which is so exclusive. Gene Sarazen, Ben Hogan, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods and Gary Blair.
He knows his stats all right, and as much as I'm tempted to talk about Rory McIlroy even more and Augusta, I need to move on to, because PGTI is in the midst of making many more Rory McIlroys over here. We're going to talk about our superstars over here, but one thing before I go over is how many Augusta Masters you've covered, Swamy?
I reckon this was my 14th one.
He loves Shivas, right, isn't it? Okay, so let's talk about our own Rory McIlroy, the guy in the making. Kshitij Naved's call. He's a surprise leader because he's got a course record at this Qutab golf course.
Kshitij, I wouldn't call him a surprise leader because he's a guy with tremendous amount of potential. I've seen this young man from the age of about, 12 or 13. He was one of the youngest ever to make it to the All India Amateur Finals. He lost there, but since then he's improved a lot. He's got 4 titles to his credit in his kitty, and it's been a little while since he changed his clubs, changed his swing. He is one of those guys who actually follows the Bryson principle. He's trying to get in more power, more swing, and more speed, and he's achieving that. And I think this week, with a score of 10 under 60 at the Qutab Golf Course, he's showing that all that hard work during the COVID, when he used to practice for 8 hours and 10 hours at a stretch at a golf range, all alone, all by himself, with his mum who used to carry 2 tiffin boxes for him for the afternoon and then again for an early supper. I think that all that hard work is finally paying off, and hats off to Kshitij for keeping so manfully at his task.
Kshitij's mom is still here, Shivas, but it's a great effort, right? He was 23rd at the end of round 1, and now he's jumped 22 spots up to be the sole leader going into day 3.
Well, nothing about that, as Swamy said, surprises me. He's a mercurial player. He's a very aggressive golfer. He shot a 10 under course record yesterday, 8 birdies and a solitary eagle. And the amount of eagles and the low numbers he puts out there is something that is not surprising. As Swamy said, we've all seen him grow up from the junior golf scene. He spent a lot of time in Western India, spent a lot of time with him and his mother, Vinitha. And, I just like the kid. And as we said, he's a hard worker, he's diligent, there's a method. I wouldn't say there's any madness, but I just love the way he plays, and I'd love to see him do well.
So as much as we're talking about Kshitij, there's an experienced guy right behind him, Swamy, and we're talking about Karandeep Kochar.
Again, Karandeep Kochar, of course, he's more experienced than Kshitij, but certainly not much older. He's one of those people who won a PGTI title while he was still an amateur. One of the very, very few people who won a PGTI crown while still being an amateur. He's actually grown pretty well, tall, hits the ball a mile, and he actually has not fulfilled his potential in my opinion. He's played on the Asian Tour, he's played a lot of international golf, but I think he's capable of a lot more. He just needs to get a little more consistency into his game. I mean, this week, 2 scores in the mid-60s show that he's actually getting back into that consistency quotient, and I would expect him to give the leaders either in front of him or the ones to keep the ones behind him at bay and to chase down the leaders. He could be a potential winner this week.
Shiraz, you agree with what Swami says, that he still needs to fulfill his potential? Karandeep Kochar?
Well, I have known Karandeep for a long time, including the time he's left his jackets behind in my car and shown up in Bombay without his wedges because he was chipping in his garden and we had to bail him out. But yeah, he's grown, and I had to say that about Karandeep. But these guys are all lovely kids. They're hard workers. But I agree, I would expect more from him, and why not? There's still time. He's, I think, 24, still to turn 25, on the cusp of it. Long way to go, but he's right there on track.
So we've got the tee box right behind us, and the leader groups are still just about to start teeing off. But before we wind up, Swami, let's talk about Yuvraj Sandhu. He's been there. He's actually ruled this entire season so far.
Well, he ruled the entire season a couple of years ago also when he won those bunch of titles, 5 in a season, but unfortunately got pipped right at the end in terms of the order of merit. Then he went abroad and started playing on the Asian Development Tour. He's played a lot on the Asian circuit, etc. His dream is big. He wants to get to the DP World Tour and, of course, one day to the PGA Tour. And I think he has the potential. Those 2 early wins put him in the driver's seat in terms of the order of merit. And then again, he was there in the top 3 recently. I think he is one person who works so hard, and he's actually got the potential. He's shown a lot of consistency. I would not ever expect him to go away. He's the man who keeps coming back, and he's the guy who's going to trouble the people ahead of him. And don't be surprised if he has the trophy in his hand after the 72nd part.
So Shiva, just taking from where Swami has left us, you think, I'm going to ask you, who do you think is going to be the leader on the moving day?
Well, that's going to be a bit tough, but just to add to what Swami mentioned, I think the concern really with Yuvraj here is golf fatigue, as Amandeep and I were discussing, last week at Kalhar. It's just that now with the onset of new events, we had new sponsors in Adani, first time in, new sponsors in Indorama, first time in, Calance this week. There's just a lot more tournaments, and these guys have to pace themselves. So Yuvraj, solid golfer, hard worker, all of them do. But yeah, I think I'm going to, I'm not going to take sides on this one. I know it's going to be a great contest. All these kids are great friends amongst themselves. We love them.
So he's going to play it safe, but we'll see whether the golfers on the course are going to play it safe or going to take all the risks. Back to the live action and to the comms box where Nikhil Kalan is waiting for us.
A very good morning, viewers. We are here bringing you live pictures from round 3 of the Calance Open 2025. This is the inaugural edition of the Calance Open, and we are back. The PGTI is back here at the Qutab Golf Course in the heart of the national capital after 15 years. We had our last event here back in 2010. So a generation has changed, and most of the golfers who turned pro thereafter are playing their first professional event here at Qutab Golf Course. And we have match number 8 now on the tee, scheduled to tee off at 9:10. Angad Chima, Varun Parekh and K. Prabhakaran. And you can see that a comfortable 30 degrees Celsius today, predicted to go as high as 42 degrees later in the day. And there you can see the group waiting for their turn at the tee. Angad Chima, Varun Parekh, K. Prabhakaran of Sri Lanka. Calance is a tech company which has come on board the PGTI for the first time as a title sponsor. And young Rohan Govil, the CEO of Calance, has participated in this event. Unfortunately, he missed the cut, but he's appeared at the PGTI qualifying school in the past. He's now an amateur. There you have it, Angad Chima, 35 years of age from Chandigarh, 2 pro wins to his credit, turned pro back in 2013. He had his first win in his rookie season in 2013 in Sri Lanka, and he had his second win last year in Vizag. So, group about to tee off now. Angad Cheema into his pre-shot routine. And there we go. A good ball follow there by our cameraman there on the first. And he's, my guess is he's on the fairway. Even though we couldn't see the ball behind that little mound. Varun Parekh next, a winner of 2 titles. Hails from Ahmedabad, 26 years of age, turned pro in 2019. He's had a decent start to the season. Varun going through his routine. Let's see whether he can follow Angad and get his ball on the fairway. And I think he's just off the fairway on the right side in the rough. Next we have K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, from the Nuwara Golf Club. He has 1 pro win to his credit, turned pro in 2010, 44 years of age. He's a consistent performer on the PGTI. Oh, whenever you see a golfer leave one hand, you know he's not happy with his shot, and he's a little to the right. So there we have it. That was match number 8. Angad Cheema, Varun Parekh and K. Prabhakaran with scores of 7 under for Angad Cheema and 8 unders for Varun Parekh and K. Prabhakaran. A look at the leaderboard. Our current leader, Kshitij Naveed Kaul, who had a course record 10 under 60 yesterday in round 2. He's leading by 1 shot at a total of 12 under 128. Next we have Karandeep Kocher at 11 under 129, followed by Yuvraj Sandhu at 10 under 130. Then there are a few players bunched. There are a couple of players bunched in tied 4th. Pukhraj Singhil and Tapendra Ghai at 9 under. They were both joint first round leaders. Varun Parekh, you just saw him in action, tied 6th at 8 under. K. Prabhakaran tied 6th at 8 under. Hani Besoya, also the first round joint leader, tied 6th at 8 under, followed by Abhinav Lohan and Ravi Kumar, tied 9th at 7 under. And scenes from the first fairway. You can see we are getting into the summer here in the north. The towels are out for the players. Angad hanging that towel on his shoulder. And there is some wind as well, as you can see the leaves moving. The trees swaying. And a familiar face there, Jayaprakash Sharma, has been associated with the PGTI since its inception back in 2006. One of the leading tournament scorers in Asia. So heading in different directions while Varun goes to the right. Prabha's ball is a little on the left and Angad a little straighter. I'm sorry, Prabha also heading to the right. This is a 430-yard par 4, the first. Two a little to the right and Angad closer to the fairway. So we'll soon see K. Prabhakaran in action. Yes, he goes first. I don't think he'll have a particularly easy lie as he's behind that mound and looking to make the green from here. And let's see whether our cameraman can catch that ball. Yes, he's done a great job. Prabha is in trouble on the right. It'll be tough making par from there. He'll have to put in a great effort to save par and up and down. Varun Parekh will be next. And there's a little confusion whether Varun goes first or Angad. Oh, Angad has already hit the ball. It'll now be Varun Parekh, a two-time winner on the PGTI. Taking his own time into his pre-shot routine. And now I'm joined by my fellow commentator, Mr. V. Krishnaswamy, who's just returned from Augusta, having witnessed a historic triumph for Rory McIlroy at the Masters.
Well, I must confess that it was probably one of the best Masters that I've ever seen. And I've been there for about 14, 15 times. And to see a great player like Rory McIlroy finally achieve a lifetime's dream of converting his kind of achievements into a career slam, which he'd been trying ever since his last third major, which was his the British Open. He added a PGA the same year, but then to be able to get to all four to complete that slam was indeed a long journey for him, which he did in style with a birdie on the playoff hole, the 73rd. It was absolutely fantastic. So I must confess, it became my best Masters on the same plane as Tiger Woods' 2019 triumph, which was his 15th major. So I think two of my favorite golfers, Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy, in the same club now as career slam achievers.
That was another historic Masters, one of the greatest comebacks of sport by Tiger Woods. And now we have on the tee match number 9, starting with Honey Besoya 28 years of age.
That's one young man who's kind of come a long way. Of course, his potential, of course, is also amazing. He used to play junior golf with Shubhankar Sharma, and Shubhankar often tells me that when he and Honey used to play together, Honey used to be always first and by a long margin. And today, of course, Shubhankar is far ahead by a long margin.
Next on the tee, Pukhraj Singh Gill from Ludhiana, turned pro in 2018, yet to register his first win, 28 years of age. And we have a clean-shaven Pukhraj today. He was sporting a beard till yesterday. It could have something to do with superstition or with good luck, I guess.
Well, maybe it's the excitement of being on television in one of the lead groups, that made him shave his beard. Of course, a big hitter of the ball, and
a little to the right,
talent.
a little to the right there on the mound. And now Tapendra Ghai from Gurgaon.
I'm sure even he doesn't call himself as Tapendra, calls himself as Tappy, as the whole golfing community knows him.
That's right, one win to his credit. There goes Tappy Ghai. You rarely see him without his glasses on. Our cameraman again catching the ball. I think he's a little on the left. Yes, he's just gone off the fairway a bit. And you can see that with the body language often when the player is not happy with his tee shot.
Yes, but these days, with those dark glasses on, sometimes you don't get to see the eyes, which are the biggest giveaway or the biggest evidence of how the shot has been, good, bad, or awful. In this case, I would say average.
And Varun Parekh here. Chipping, not a bad chip. He's given himself a par opportunity. A tap in for par on the first.
That's another fine young golfer from Gujarat, Ahmedabad. Very, very calm and composed at most times. Evolving, as he says himself, about when you ask him about his game.
That's right. Now we have K. Prabhakaran on the screen. One of the consistent Sri Lankan golfers on tour, along with N. Thangaraja. But it's going to be Angad Chima who will putt first. Angad following his routine as he usually does, closing his left eye, trying to read the slope on the green.
Angad seems to love the shots, doesn't he? He's now switched on to shots more often than full trousers.
That's right. A big change on the PGTI beginning this year. And there's a large number of pros who are now sporting shorts, especially in the summer heat.
And why not? If you've got the option, use it.
You even don't see the socks nowadays. You see they're so short in length.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, he's gone to the left. That'll be a tricky par putt for him. This course has changed a lot since professional golf was first held here about 2 decades back. And we remember that 11 under 59 by Mukesh Kumar, the historic 59. I'm sure, Swami, you were witness to it.
Yes, indeed, Nikhil. I was there that day at this golf course when he shot that amazing 59, the only sub-60 score in the history of Indian golf, Indian professional golf, I would say. And, of course, at that point of time, Mukesh was simply unbeatable. Of course, even now he's a class player. But 59 at that time was completely, kind of unheard of or impossible to even dream of in Indian golf. And yesterday we had a young Kshitish Naved Kaul, of course, coming so desperately close to that sub-60 with a wonderful 60. And I think you shall soon see some Indian player crack that 60 barrier And of course, I think it would be justified because the quality of golf has gone up so much. The scores are so good and the cuts are so high these days. So I would say that the Indian golf is actually on a very good trajectory.
Totally agree with that observation of yours, Swami. We've seen the scores go lower with each passing year. The cuts go lower, and the field's becoming more and more competitive with the younger lot coming in more competitive. They have more technology aiding them nowadays.
And of course, they have their biggest incentive, the prize money. The prize money has gone up by leaps and bounds. There was a time when a 10 lakh rupee tournament was considered to be a big one. Those were the days of Mukesh. Now, nothing less than a crore.
Right, we are playing for a 1 crore prize purse here. And Angad Chima, great pass save for him. You always want a steady par on the first, even if you can't make a birdie, so that you get off to a rock solid start. And that's what he was looking for.
Talking of rock solid, this is a player who is rock solid. He's consistently there among.
And we'll have another look at Angad's putt.
Dead center.
Dead center relief for him. And Prabhakaran too makes that putt, will walk away with a par.
If you can't have a fast start with a birdie or two, the best thing is to make sure that you don't give away shots at the start, because that can actually take away the momentum and kind of create stress, which kind of lasts through the day or more. So, decent start there.
And Varun looking to make this up and down. And that's courtesy his outstanding chip that set up that tap in, and he too begins with a par. Pukhraj there. And the rangefinder also introduced on the PGTI a couple of years back, a new rule change, and you're only allowed to gauge distance with that rangefinder.
So far, we've not had any kind of problems there, because rangefinders often slow down play, but these guys, I'm sure, are smart. They use it quickly once and get back to the job, because the pace of play has become so vital these days, especially when television is covering your games.
That's correct. And the referees are always pushing the players. The players don't like it often, but they have their jobs cut out. They have to get the groups moving on time so that there's no hold up in play at any stage. That's Hani Besoya. Hani on just off the green, in fact, a little to the right. He'll have his work cut out there for a chip and putt. And again to the right, I guess that was Tapendra Ghai.
The golf course looks to be in pretty good shape. Slight breeze there. It's still, I won't say as warm as we expect it to be in the afternoon. So the players need to get off to a good start.
And now we'll have the leader group in action. We have Yuvraj Sandhu on the screen. He's been in top form this year, having won the first two events of the season, and he's had a couple of top finishes thereafter.
Indeed, after having come so close to the order of merit 2 years ago in 2023, I'm sure he's got that in his sights. 11 pro wins there, and he turned a pro only in 2018. So that's a fair amount of success. He's also had success outside India on the Asian Development Tour and done pretty well on the bigger events also. So Yuvraj, big dreams and the talent to back it.
And a strong and confident young lad from one of the nurseries of Indian golf, Chandigarh. And we just lost that ball. I think he's a little to the left.
Oh, but he's pretty okay. Another fine young golfer, Karandeep Kocher. Nikhil, you must be remembering, I think you were there when he became one of the youngest Indian winners while still being an amateur.
That's right. Only the second player on the PGTI to win as an amateur. You have it there. 4 wins. One of those wins came while he was an amateur. Uh, Chandigarh Golf Club again. Turned pro in 2017, 25 years of age. And unfortunately, I wasn't there that week. I was unwell, but I did speak to him on the phone, and I was told there was no celebration. He just picked up the ball and didn't know what's just hit him.
Oh, well, I suppose also he was too young to celebrate, I assume.
That's right, just 16. The second youngest player to win on the PGTI after Shubhankar Sharma. And he's just off the fairway, to the right. To the right.
And here comes the leader. He has come a long way from being a small built young lad in his early teens when he reached the finals of the All India Amateurs to being a seasoned pro.
4 wins for him.
Extremely hard work.
Hails from the Delhi Golf Club. And he got his last win last season in Pune. Very cool and calm demeanor. You never see him, showing any kind of emotion on the course, unfazed, despite all the ups and downs of golf.
But he's become pretty active on the social media of late.
That's right. And he is just off the fairway in the first cut. So he wouldn't mind that too much. He's better placed than the others.
So that's the first group off there. Kshitij Naved Kaul, Karandeep Kocher and Yuvraj Sandhu.
A very distinct topography at this course. You see the little hillocks, the rocks. This is where the Aravali range begins. It goes all the way up to Gujarat, cutting across Haryana and Rajasthan. Delhi is the origin.
Pretty tight leaderboard we have as we move into the moving day, the traditional moving day. About 11 players within 4 shots or 5 shots of each other. From Kshitij at 12 under to Ravi Kumar and Abhinav Lohan at 7 under. And Pukraj is at 9 under.
Oh, a little to the left.
I had a feeling it was a kind of a jab, just pulled it a bit hard.
Yes, and he was pretty quick, not taking too much time there.
Exactly. Sometimes we just need to take those 5 or 10 seconds extra just to kind of focus. But never mind, I'm sure he knows what he did.
Yes, golfing family from Delhi. His cousins also play on the tour. Kapil Kumar, Ajay Basoya and Pawan. And his uncle Gastram has been a professional golfer as well. able to make that. But still, he's taking his time trying to read the putt. It's not been easy putting here at Qutab Golf Course.
On the live feed too, we have Angad there.
And Tappy makes that putt.
You can see those dry leaves, kind of flying around. Gives you a fair idea of the breeze that we have. It's still early morning, just past 9 o'clock there, 9:15. But the thing is, look at the flag they're fluttering.
That's right.
A lot of breeze there. As the afternoon comes along, it's also going to get hotter. So the players really need to take care, have enough liquids there. We've got Bisleri for that.
Exactly, Bisleri, a hydration partner. And players do need hydration throughout the round, especially in the summer heat. You always see players munching on something as well to keep the energy going.
Pukhraj cleans it up.
Luckily for us, the loo has still not begun in the north, which makes life really difficult for the pros on the course. We're still in mid-April, and it generally kicks in around end of April and early May. He's just on the edge of the green there. Has he decided to chip or putt? He's going to putt from there, from the fringe. Varun reading the slope before he goes for that putt. He'll take his own time. This is the second. And the course has been relayed since 2018. A big change since the time Mukesh set that record.
Yes, and it's actually become one of the more popular courses in the capital with its pay and play schemes. So it's actually quite a popular place here.
It is. We witness a lot of traffic here even on weekdays. And leaving it short.
That wasn't what Varun would have wanted. Way off, still about a couple of feet away, 2 to 3 feet.
Third day, always the most interesting, engaging, known as the moving day. And today we'll know whether Yuvraj and Karandeep can make a move up the leaderboard, or even, for that matter, Hani Besoya, Pukhraj and Tapendra, who were all on top of the leaderboard after round one.
Remember, the leaderboard is so tight, as I was just mentioning a little while ago, 11 players within 5 shots of each other at the start of the day. No big movement, or rather no movement from some of these leading stars right now. Kshitij, Karandeep or Yuvraj, all of them just moving in along very slowly and steadily.
And Angad just eludes him. The pin just eludes him. Yes. And a word for our sponsor. You can see the sponsor board in the background there. Calance coming on board as a title sponsor for the first time on the PGTI.
Actually, that's been an amazing trend. We've had so many first-time sponsors this season. So I think that augurs well for Indian golf. we've had Calance, we've had Adani. So I would say that it really is great news for Indian golf with so many people, and the kind of the lower denominator being somewhere around the region of 1 to 1.5 crores as the prize purse. It really is a massive surge for the domestic tour, the PGTI.
And Prabha makes that putt.
Prabhakaran,
That
steady
was
as
a
ever,
clutch
rock
putt.
steady.
And mentioning new sponsors, we also had Indorama last week.
That's
so
right, Indorama, of course, yes.
3
How
weeks
can
in
I
a
forget
row.
that? Indorama used to also sponsor Shubhankar Sharma for a while. They're really great benefactors of golf. So I would say that's a fantastic thing. We see the emergence of new sponsors also means that there is a lot of freshness in the golf. There's renewed interest in the sport, and we just had that amazing news of a third gold medal being on offer at the next Olympics for mixed team. Apart from men and women, there'll be a third gold medal. So that really is a big incentive for the various teams from across the world, including India. We've had men and women's teams at the Olympics since every time since 2016, when the sport came back to the Olympic program at Rio, then at Tokyo and Paris. So I would say Los Angeles in 2028 is another the big goal for many of these young stars, including Yuvraj, Karandeep, Kshitij. All these players are capable of making it to the Indian squad.
That's correct, Swami. We heard that news a couple of days back. Such refreshing news for golf around the world. Another medal added to the Olympics as far as golf is concerned. The mixed team event, and the Indian ladies have done well at the Olympics of late. Will be a great incentive for them to team up with the men as well this time as we head to LA 28.
Nikhil, I've always felt that an Olympic medal can change, can be a complete game changer for the sport. Once you, as it is, the addition of golf into the Olympic program has meant a lot more focus. The government has been very helpful. They've been kind of promoting the golfers under the Olympic podium scheme, and I think a lot of golfers have benefited from it. So I think an Olympic medal would be the icing of the cake. I mean, like Aditi coming so desperately close to that medal in Tokyo. That itself kind of created such a huge buzz, right up to the Prime Minister congratulating her. So I think that really means a lot for the sport. And the fact that now new sponsors have started coming in, and some of the big companies like Adani, it doesn't get any bigger than that. And I think if these sponsors, like you said, Indorama, Adani, Calance, they all start coming in, I think it's a huge push for golf, and we've got such a fantastic membership with a lot of foreign players now coming in here even for the Q School. I think it's become hugely competitive.
You mentioned new sponsors there, Swami, and interestingly, this week we got Calance, and Calance is being led by the Govil family and a youngster called Rohan Govil, who's also been part of the field here. He's appeared at the PGTI qualifying school, and he played as an amateur here. He knows a lot of these guys growing up with them: Abhishek Kuhar, Shubhankar Sharma, Kushal Singh, Bukhraj Singh Gill. He's played junior golf alongside them, and he's a very enthusiastic supporter of golf.
That was very interesting piece of information there, Nikhil. While now we see Kshitij in just a wee bit of trouble. Let's see how he gets it. Experienced enough to get out of that trouble there, but let's just see him.
And time for me to leave the commentary box, and my colleague Shiva Snath is going to join us here now in the commentators box.
So you've got the live feed 2 there, also there, tapping high on that. And Karandeep Kochar on live feed 1. And hello, Shivas. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Swami. It's good to see you again. Thank you, Nikhil, for setting the pace for us. So, yep, the leaders are off, and Swami and myself were at the right behind the first tee while the youngsters went off. The course looks absolutely spectacular. I took a bit of a walk around the 9th and 18th greens, and the first tee, just the general area, Swami, and the course looks to be in spectacular condition.
So hats off to the ground staff. I mean, I feel that they are probably the most You know, we give them so little, credit. So I mean, these guys work very hard to make the course great, to bring it into good shape, and indeed, it's awesome to see the ground staff work so hard. And I'm so glad that these guys are doing a great job, and the golfers, I'm sure, appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely right, Swami. They had a wonderful Qutab Golf League here, hosted at this wonderful facility through January, February, and the early part of March. And, here we are in the middle of April. In spite of that kind of traffic, the golf course is in fabulous condition. And I have to tell you that, even for January and February games at the league, coming out of the Delhi winters, the course was playing beautiful. The greens were rolling fabulously well.
On the left side, on the live feed one, you see Yuvraj getting ready, and on the right feed, Pukhraj once again going to the left. This is the second time in succession we've seen him miss a putt on the inside. Must be a little concerning for him. That's a nice chip up there. Goes too far. It's a too long.
Yeah, this course has some greens that have some significant elevations. The first hole as well. It's a strong par four. 400 and 30, 40 odd yards, and it's definitely a club up to get to the higher level of the green. And again, with the green itself being a large one and having a significant elevation, again, that's another club up. The second hole, of course.
It's easy. I mean, these greens are a little bit tricky. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of players miss on the inside. So I wonder if you had a close look. Any comments on that, Shivas?
Well, so as I was mentioning, again, the second hole has, again, elevated green, and the greens do have some contours. This course was, I believe, rebuilt, and the greens were reconstructed about 4 or 5 years ago. And
2018, to be more precise, yeah.
There you go, 7 years, and it's a much better product now in its new
yes.
avatar. The greens have some very subtle breaks, and some greens again have become fairly large in size. So there again, a lot of different pin positions for the greenkeeper and the field to play with. It's good. Definitely an event that I've been looking forward to because I think it's been a while since Qutab has hosted a professional golf event.
Yes, yeah. So that's why actually I wanted to check that out. I mean, indeed, very, very welcome. So it also means an extra incentive for people to come and play here when you had a championship, a 1 crore championship being played out here. So it does mean a lot for all the amateurs who come and play their regular rounds of golf here.
Oh, for sure. And, the club members here are very proud of, the course that it is. And this course has a lot of traffic. I'm told that it's very, very hard to get a tee time. And that's really awesome because being a government-owned golf course and golf club, they have kept the green fees extremely reasonable. I paid about, I think, 12 or 1400 rupees for a 9-hole game a couple of months ago. That's I think a very, very reasonable price for 9 holes in the center of the city of Delhi.
Absolutely. It's also a course which has actually evolved and grown. It used to have very small trees. Over the last 20 years, the trees have become big, mature. So it's also quite challenging. It's not as easy as it used to be, say, maybe 15 years ago. But certainly, excellent for tournament golf.
And strategy as well. Swami plays a very strong role. Some holes appear to be pushovers, but with the way you have to place your tee shot, particularly a hole like the third, for example, which is a bit of a gentle dogleg left to right. It's only about 340, 350 yards, but you have to place your tee shot right because it has to give you an approach from the left side. There's a tree in play with dangerous branches that you could end up clipping, particularly if the green has a right side pin position. Then the fourth hole again, it's not a long hole. It's only 320, but do you lay up before the water body? Do you take out the big stick and fling it over? So a lot of strategy and a good thinking man's golf course.
And that's what these young stars need, course management, thinking about the course, not just going blindly and playing there. I think they have to become good course kind of managers. They really need to think out their shots. It's a huge chessboard. You got to get that ball in the right places. So Karandeep closes that out.
So this young leader group with Kshitij, Karandeep, and Yuvraj, all young, strapping, strong lads, hit the ball a country mile, very aggressive players. Definitely a solid pairing. And as Vivek was trying to tempt you and me into picking favorites, well, that's typical of him, and that's actually ideal. But certainly, had me thinking of a breakfast. I'm still not going to call it because they're all young kids' favorites of everybody. Solid. No mistake there.
That was good to see it drop there after a few of the players missing on the inside. So I think that's Kshitij doesn't want any early mistakes. He actually missed the green there. So hopefully, not too sure whether it's a par putt, but I think it probably is.
Well, in the background, we see our good friend Sampath Chari, the tournament director, keeping an eye on the leaders.
That's right. He just looked at his watch, wanted to make sure.
So since Swami, you're a man for statistics, Sampath's crossed, I think, 910 events as tournament director.
Oh, jeez.
That's a world record in itself, and we have to be so proud of Sampath for that, right?
And Sampath, I don't know whether you know about this. Sampath's habit at the start of each season, he physically writes out the entire rules book. He says that keeps my memory fresh. Much as the players work hard, Sampath also works hard in knowing about the rules, and he is so solid. He's done a lot of refereeing on the international events also, so he is just amazing.
So here we are at hole number 3, the very hole I was talking about in terms of strategy. You see the front of the green guarded by those trees,
Yes.
and the tees, of course, at the back left of your screen. And tee shot placement is primary and critical here.
So there's somebody out there hiding in the bushes.
Clearly, he's double crossed it to the left side, trying to shape it left to right.
Angad Chima, is it?
That certainly looks like Angad. Yeah. Angad's playing partners Varun Parekh and Prabhakaran. And the left side of this fairway is clearly fairly dense. There you see young Varun. It was good to meet up with him last week in Ahmedabad and celebrate his birthday mid-event. Clearly a bit miffed with this caddy. I think we know what happened there. It's very heartening, Swami, to see the amount of youngsters stacking the top of the leaderboard, event after event after event.
I think it's a generational change, Shivas. I think this new lot over the last 3 to 4 years have kind of taken over a lot of the, I would say, the older names. I won't say old, but older names.
That's very, very eloquently put.
have started making way for these younger stars. But so what I would say is that this is a generational shift and good for golf. You want fresh names to be on top of the leaderboard who compete with each other. So if you look at this young lot, whether it is Yuvraj Sandhu, Kshitij, Karandeep, Varun Parekh, and there's so many others. Aman Raj is just coming out of an injury, so I think Very soon you will see him out there. We had Shaurya Bhattacharya, a new winner this season. So I think all these young lads, they're actually making waves. They are keeping the likes of Rashid Khan on their toes. Rashid has been a little off color, as not his winning self as he used to be a few seasons back.
You're absolutely right about that, Swami. He's always been a very aggressive customer. Never really seen him away from the leaders or the leaderboard. But you're right. He's been having a bit of a change in form over the last couple of seasons.
Yes.
But last week we did see him come alive briefly at Kalhar. And it was good, but then of course he faded away, and it became a 2-horse race, till it became a 3-horse race, till it became a 4-horse race.
But there's one man who refuses to go. He's always there in the top 10, 15. Is that old war horse, Shamim Khan. Shamim is always there. I mean, he is a tricky customer. He can always suddenly come up with a real low score or two and make a bid for it.
Shamim, of course, is a wily customer. He never really goes away. There's a lot of experience that he brings, a blind shot game. And, the thing is also, on the rota of the PGTI, there would be at least, I would say, maybe 50 to 60% of the events that go back to the same courses year after year, and rightly so. They're supporting the game and they're great venues. So I think there's a lot of experience that Shamim brings, having played those courses for maybe, 20 seasons?
Oh, maybe more than that. I believe in terms of stats, he is probably one of the all-time prize winners in terms of the total amount of prize money won on the Indian Tour. So he has really, really been there for a very, very long time. Doesn't hit the ball very long, but he is so perfect. He finds the fairways and he finds the greens, and the day he starts putting well, that's the day when you better watch out for him.
And when you meet him, as always, ever so humble, always has a smile on his face. Respectful, gracious. Everybody on the tour loves him across all generations.
Always a smile there on his face.
And absolutely a solid example of someone who respects and his craft, the opportunities, and the good fortune he's had to be competitive at the top level for decades. Good putt there by Varun.
There it is. He looks up at the heavens saying, "Thank you very much." The ball stopped for a microsecond, a fraction, before deciding to drop it.
I think maybe a bit helped by gravity. There's young Varun.
That smile.
Maybe that smile leads me to believe that he probably read it correctly and maybe tucked it a bit, and he feels he got away with a little bit there.
Get another look at that.
You're right, Swami. He thought he had let that one go.
Just for that brief second,
He's giving instructions. Please.
So there, Angachima, pensive. And there you see Masoya in the background. There's a lot of leaves out there, Mr. Coaches. It'll be tough for you to get, kind of pick all of them. That's the second hole, Karandeep Kocher. Second shot.
The second hole itself is again, a strategic marvel. On the right side of our screen, we see the little incline and the little bit of bushwork and trees around there. And it's not a long hole, as we mentioned, but it's got an elevated green with some significant contours, a bit of out of bounds on the left side because that's where the short game area is.
Correct.
So So you're positioning yourself with your tee ball to give yourself a clear second shot without having to, manage your ball flight and put too much pressure on yourself to, get it right and not get a bounce off the slope on the left side. It's very important, I believe. Yeah, as you can see, he's got a straight up wedge because he's left himself in a good spot, and he could attack the flag. There's a very strong ridge that sits in the middle of the green, and particularly a pin position that's on the center right side.
Yep.
It can give most of these guys fits because that's the slopey part of the green. The lower half or the upper half reasonably flat, but the center has some severe contours.
Pukhraj on feed 2 and Yuvraj on feed 1. From the early players, only Tapik High picking up again, a birdie on the second. So otherwise, it's been a little bit of a stall there. A few bogeys out there from Kshitij, from Karandeep, Yuvraj on the first. So
No, that's right. The entire leader group has started their campaign today with bogeys on the first hole. But that is a strong hole. It is a very strong hole. There is also the dry hazard on the right side of the fairway, so you have to keep your ball on the left side, particularly the length that these boys hit it. And then you have that elevated green, which also has some significant contours. Easy to miss that on the right, because anything that drops a little short or a little right feeds down at least another 15 yards because of the slope. There seems to be a bit of breeze out there. We see the pin flags fluttering around a bit.
that's quite a breeze, I'm sure, especially off the tee. It's not going to, you've got to be pretty accurate out there.
Well, of course, it will certainly be welcoming in terms of the weather because it is plenty warm here, Swami. not really Delhi at its peak, but
You wait, just wait. You have no idea how Delhi can get. Look at those trousers also for Tapik High, fluttering there.
that's a nice little chip shot. Good hands. It's good to see Tapik High playing well this week as well because he's been sort of, mercurial, been around for a bit, but it's been a while since we've seen him hanging around the top of the
I
leaderboard.
think he has one win to his name in his career. It's what I would say under the radar kind of a golfer.
So today we are at 33 degrees. I seem to have this penchant, Swami, for going and checking out the temperatures as the day wears on. And we're looking at a maximum of 39 by the time these folks at 2:30 p.m. kind of wind up for the day. Pukhraj got off to a good start in round one, Swami. He had a solid 64, as did Honeybai Soya. So it'd be nice to see this strong young lad have a good finish this week as well.
So at the scoreboard, we see Kshitij still holding fort at 11 under, even though he's dropped a shot on the first. Tappy is the one who gained Karandeep Kocher also dropped a shot. So there's Tapi and Karandeep Kocher at 10 under, Varun Parekh at 9 under, along with Yuvraj Sandhu. So Kshitij, Navid Kaul still at the top at 11.
Yeah. And this week, Swami, we have 16 foreigners in the field from representing 7 different countries, and I think that must be one of the highest number of international entries at one of our PGTI events.
It also shows that the Indian tour is held in pretty high esteem, because the number of people who want to come here, the prize money is decent, the cost is much less as compared to, say, Europe or elsewhere, and I think it's a very well drawn out schedule also, with so many events bunched together. So if you are smart and you pick the right number of events, you can actually kind of cut your traveling costs. Remember, at this stage of their career, the players need to save their costs, keep and while trying to make a living out of it. So I think, which is why you see a lot of international youngsters coming to India. So which is good in turn for the Indian boys. Great competition. There is one of those boys, Kshitij.
No, for sure, and the tour, as we've seen, has just improved in terms of quality, in terms of the product, in terms of the sponsors attached to it. The team that actually is the PGTI team that runs the event. They've traveled extensively across the country, built some wonderful relationships with the support staff at every venue. So the product itself is very efficient. They take care of the players. So no surprise at all that we are attracting international players as well now.
And Shivas, I mean, the fact that when you have a president like, say, Kapil Dev, of course, a cricket legend who loves golf like no one else. I mean, he's amazing. He also opens a lot of doors, and his credibility and his personality also means a lot of more sponsors. And we've had Amandeep Joel, former Asian Tour professional, also now as the new CEO. So I think there's a lot of freshness, a lot of new stars coming in. So I would say that this is all augurs well. Nikhil and I were just discussing about the number of new sponsors: Indorama, Adani, Calance. All these sponsors obviously see value in Indian golf, and the prize purses are like 1 crore and above. So, which also means pretty good for the players.
Absolutely agree with you, Swami. It's just so heartening to see this event and the previous 2 events, all first-time sponsors. Even Victoria's Choice associated with the PGTI the first time this season.
Correct.
A great addition. Uh, the players' lounge, the hospitality, the selection of food for the breakfast and the lunches. It takes a lot of the burden off these young players who are, at the first stage of their early careers. And these are very important things to just make it easier financially, logistically, in multiple ways. So, good on Victoria's
Totally,
Choice to step in for
totally.
that. And even the onset of the next gen tour, it's such a oh that was a very close miss, seemed to have underborrowed.
Last night he was saying that his putting is something that he's quite happy with, and unfortunately this morning things haven't quite worked out as well.
No, but I like that little comparison, Swami, you made this morning about Kshitij with Bryson, with intelligent approach to the game and a solid work
His
ethic.
arm absolutely straight as he does with the shaft.
Yeah, absolutely right. Very deliberate. Now, he is a fine young man and a fine player. Seen him grow through the years. As we have young Karandeep as well. 24 or just having turned And this one has a water body in the center of the fairway, and you typically lay it up with either a 8 iron or a 7 iron based on wind conditions and the way the fairway rolls out, or you take the big stick and carry it over 270 over the water body and have a go at the green. But the green, of course, that said, is tucked a little bit on the left and protected by some contours around the green. So if you do take out your driver and get after that green, you'll still have a bit of an interesting second shot. That's a very nice putt from Angad.
That was dead center there. Good for him.
And as you can see, Swami, this is again one of the large greens that presents a lot of options with pin positions.
Prabhakaran.
Oh no, that
Just
was
a wee bit short. A couple of rolls more and it would start dropping him.
tended to decelerate, I believe, a bit through that. Seemed like a little bit of an uncommitted effort.
Also, I think the previous hole, he actually, when he hit the ball inside, it rolled quite far. So maybe,
Good for him that the ball finds the bottom of the cup. So
decides to stay in there.
the last hole he was very expressive, but this time he had a deadpan stare down.
So there you see, slight changes up there on the leaderboard. Shitesh having a bit of a disaster on the second with a quad. So he's chopped out of the first page.
Wow, I wonder what Kshitij has done
So
to make it
he
8
went
on that hole.
off the green to the left and then went a few, missed out quite a bit there.
I suspect he may have ended up in that out of bounds area
Yes.
on the left of the green that I was referencing earlier, which has the short game
So
area.
that's proved pretty costly for him. And 8, a
Wow.
snowman.
So Tapendra Ghai tied for the lead along with Karandeep Kochar and Yuvraj Sandhu. And Kshitij now at 5 over par for the day after his first 2 holes.
You know what? But still, I'm sure he has hopes. Remember, he only needs to look at Rory McIlroy, who had 2 double bogeys on the first day, still managed to get in there. On the final day, he started the day with a double bogey, had a late second double bogey, but still managed to hang in to win. So that should be a bit of an inspiration there.
The first Masters champion to have 4 double bogeys
Yes.
in the tournament.
Absolutely. There's Honey.
I have to confess, when we looked at the leaderboard and didn't see Kshitij on page 1, I was truly wondering what had exactly happened. But an 8 is something definitely I did not see coming at all. And here we have Pukhraj on the 4th hole. He's in the tree line between the 5th and the 4th. I would like to believe that's the drive. The driver is hit off the tee. A good pitch there. This one is going to be a bit downhill and move a little bit left to right.
A bit too far and a bit too much inside.
So here we get a very good visual of the tee at the center back of the screen, and then you see a bit of the stone wall pitching, which is the big hazard we were talking about. But these, of course, are strong young men, have the ability to fly it 270, 275 past that hazard, and then get to the front of the green or around the green. Two very good pitches there, Hani and Tapi. Certainly one of them going to school on the other one. And Pukhraj, of course, in the meantime, has a 20-footer from the left of the flag, a bit downhill, a bit left to right. So 3 birdie opportunities right there. And there we have Pukhraj standing over his putt. Very interesting, Swami. In this kind of weather with this bright sunlight, Pukhraj doesn't have any headgear on.
Sometimes I think maybe, it clouds them, or, some players are not comfortable with headgear.
So not the best effort from Pukhraj. Quick on its way down, move left to right, but kind of didn't get the speed right. Also I find that a lot of players who, wear caps or visors, they also use the bill in the front to kind of block out ambient movement. But you're right, it probably doesn't bother some of them.
To each his own. The scoring's been a bit slow, but on the back 9, Karthik Sharma is like 3 under.
And of course, with that, Karthik has moved up 19 spots to tied 11th now, Swami.
Yep,
So that's definitely
right.
a big move
Yeah,
by the
that's a big
left-hander.
move. Yeah. Karthik's another potential. Tapping high, closes that. It was a bit my favorite word, as a lot of people say, is a knee knocker. That was a bit of a knee knocker there. He did manage to get in from 5 feet.
And now you have Hani Baisoya, literally on the same line, at most an inch right and an inch shorter.
Correct.
And while we on live feed 1, we have the camera on the 4th green. On live feed 2, we have it on the 3rd green. And I'm a huge fan, Swami, of the double picture-in-picture or the double screen, because it allows us as well as, of course, the spectators to... Oh, that was not something I was expecting. Certainly expected by Soya to follow Tapik Hai to the bottom of the cup. He will be disappointed with that.
Oh, yes.
Because regardless of having had a read on Tapi's putt, he would have independently expected to have made that in any case. Well done. No mistake there. And in the backdrop, we see the fifth fairway, which is the next hole. And that's a very interesting par four. It's not particularly long at about 420, 430 yards. It moves right to left. There's a very dense tree line on the right side and then a big tree in the center of the fairway. So it's very important to place your tee shot correctly to give yourself a solid approach into a large contoured green again.
You've been spending a lot of time out here, Shivas.
Well, that's why I suppose that's one of the benefits of this job that we have. It's a delight to be able to get out there, play a few holes, understand the strategy, so we kind of know what is the right way or the wrong way to play the holes. And you see that on hole number 3, the ball charging away. Pin high, but missed it right. There's a big shoulder from his left side, which has obviously thrown the ball to the right. So Tapik High, Yuvraj, Sandhu and Karandeep Kochar all tied at 10 under. Yuvraj and Karandeep, of course, playing alongside each other in the company of Navid Kshitij Kaul, and Tapik High in the group ahead. Yuvraj lipping out, missed it on the high side. Pace was probably right, but line slightly off it. Failed to fall into the cup. It's nice to see Aryaman Aditya Mohan making a small move. He's had a couple of birdies along with a bogey. He was doing very well last week after round 3. I think he was sitting at 5th or 8th place after 3 rounds and then didn't have a very happy closing round. From the International Challenge, of course, we have in 11th place Badal Hossain from Bangladesh, tied alongside Sri Lankan Prabhakaran.
Things not going too great for Kshitij. Karandeep walks off after the tap-in.
Welcome to Crash Course with
Karandeep, I
Nikhil
believe,
here at
would
the
have
Qutab
also-
Golf Course. We are right in the heart of the national capital here in Delhi with the Qutub Minar in the vicinity. And this is one of the shorter courses that the PGTI has played on. It's a par 70 with 4 par 3s and 2 par 5s. Nevertheless, it has its own set of challenges with the wind coming into play and the greens being quite tricky to negotiate for the players. Remember, there was a 11 under 59 shot here by Mukesh Kumar, a historic number on an Indian golf course back in 2005. But the course underwent some changes after that in 2018. And we had a 10 under 60 yesterday, which has been registered as the new course record by Kshitij Navid Kaul. Let's see how the professionals can negotiate the conditions going further in rounds 3 and 4 and whether anyone can catch up with Kshitij.
And here we are, back to the live action. We had our colleague Nikhil Kalan, who heads up the media and joins us as a commentator as well at the PGTI events, giving you a little bit of know-how on how to meander and tackle this tremendous golf course. So here we are at one of arguably my favorite holes on this course, where strategy plays a big part. You will see all these young players who have colossal length off the tee, taking on this 318-yard par 4.
So it's tied at the top now. There's been some movement on the leaderboard since I was last in the commentators box. Tapendra Khai, Yuvraj Sandhu, Karandeep Kochar, all. Sorry, Tappy is one shot ahead at 11 under. Yuvraj Sandhu and Karandeep Kochar one behind at 10 under.
Yes, Tapi made that wonderful birdie on the third. And then, of course, Hani Baisoya had the same opportunity to join him, making a birdie, but missed from a little bit shorter than Tapi did.
So, you know this course really well. Shivas, tell us which are the holes to really watch out for the professionals. Where is trouble looming?
Well, let me be honest with you, Nikhil. It's a great course. It has its intricacies. Now, second is not the second hole in particular. It's a short 340-yard hole. There isn't much to it. If you play that hole conservatively, maybe a 4-iron or a hybrid off the tee, keep yourself behind the tree and the little hillock in the center, and give yourself a bit of a full pitch shot into that green, because it's a green that is not particularly large, has some slopes, but a full pitch shot or full wedge ensures you have distance control and spin on it. Now, if you take that hole on in different ways, and there are, of course, multiple ways, you bring the tree in the center into play, you bring in the contours which are on the apron in the front into play, because now you're going to have to play bump and roll. And the scariest part, of course, there's a big drop from the left side of the green that goes down towards the outer bounds, which is the periphery of the short game area. Now, while we didn't exactly have the visuals on what happened with Kshitij, I suspect he brought a lot of that into play. So, to answer your question, the strategy does play a strong part, and there are certain holes where you need to pick your battles. Certainly, the fourth hole which we had on our screen is a hole that you can absolutely get after. No question that you can do the same on the eighth hole, which is the par 5 as well, because definitely very, very gettable into 552 yards. There's a tree in the center.
A lot of par 4s here where the pros can drive the green, short par 4s.
And that's the beauty of this course. It's when you look at the scorecard, it seems like a short little course. But when you actually get down to standing on the tee, the strategy and the lines of the tee also play a very strong part. In particular, if you look at a hole like the 9th, it's only 345. And these guys can get within 30 yards of the green. But the reality is it's a tight driving hole, because you have to shape it left to right. The fairway, the hole shapes left to right. The fairway drops off left to right. And there's a lot of green on the right side, tucked behind some trees and a big bunker. So your position is key here, Nikhil.
Right. And not too many water hazards though here.
There are a few water hazards, but they're dry. We're in the middle of summer. So I think there's going to be a bit of luck playing its role in there. So guys will get a little more aggressive. Is there actually water in those hazards? Probably not at this
Hitting
point.
the water hazard and bouncing out. That is what
it's happened.
A golfer looks forward to.
Well, we've also seen scenarios where it hits the ball and comes back at you.
Yes, that's right.
But it's a great course. And, as you see from the visuals, again, there are trees. So it's very important.
In the middle
imperative,
of the fairways.
Yes, to place your tee ball. And also on certain holes, for example, like even the 18th hole, there's a tree in the center of the fairway.
That's right.
Now, either you're going to hit it short of the tree, which allows you to hit a pitch over. It's not a long hole. It's a short hole. It's only a 330-yard hole. Or you're going to just take a driver and blast it down and get to within 20 yards of the green, and then figure it out from there.
Correct. So there's a chip coming up there for Prabhakaran. And a dramatic start for our overnight leader, Kshitij Naveed Kaul. He's 6 over for the day now. He has the ability to bounce back. He's a winner. He knows how to close out matches. And he's very cool and calm under pressure. That's the best part about Kshitij.
Kshitij is quite a character. As I like to say, he's just bouncing around the golf course. And he's a very aggressive player.
That's right.
You notice that his card, in many cases, is probably the most colorful card. I mean, he goes literally from, having eagles to double bogeys, because he just has a different, personality. And it's very aggressive on the golf course.
Right.
Trusts it, sends it, and figures it out.
Absolutely.
So we have Varun on live feed 1 and Karandeep on live feed 2.
Karandeep, our joint leader at the moment at 10 under.
Hitting his second shot to the short par 4 third hole. So, these kids are strong. And as you can see, he's got to within about 20, 25 yards on of the front of the green on this third hole. So that's about a 320 yard drive.
And there we have Karandeep hitting his approach.
Oh, whoa! That's a very, very good one.
He sets up a birdie opportunity for himself there.
Karandeep extremely good with his wedges. I've seen this youngster over the years from his junior golf days. Great hands, great tempo, very creative.
And do you think your home course often shapes your game? A place where you've grown up playing, the kind of conditions you have to, deal with at your home course, that also shapes the kind of player you become.
Oh, for sure. Certainly at the early stages of your career, Nikhil. And then, of course, it's very important who you work with in terms of who's your mentor or your coach or your guide. And then the different courses you go out and play as a youngster, because you get to play different weather conditions, different grasses. All courses are built differently in terms of course design. Some courses typically suit your eye, some don't. Playing style, ability. So, as you grow as a player, age-wise, and play more courses, you also develop as a golfer.
Right. Just missing out there, Angad Chima. And why I said that was, that those trees in the middle of the fairway, they remind me of Chandigarh Golf Club, that famous hole, the 7th.
Oh my God, yes, the zigzag, double S or double Z as you call it.
Yes. It's borne the brunt of golfers over the decades.
I was in Chandigarh maybe last about a year ago, and the tree in the center of the fairway where we tried to just hit our tee shot just past that tree. If you actually go in, and it's a fairly wide tree, it's about 2.5, 3 feet wide left to right. The amount of ball marks you actually see on the trunk of that tree is quite astounding.
That's right.
That tree's taken thousands of blows over the years.
That's right. And thus, joint leader Karandeep Kochar will be used to seeing trees in the middle of the fairways.
So now I know where that very clever question came from, Nick. You talk about Chandigarh Golf Course. The other hole that absolutely brings out your shot making ability is the 18th, the closing hole, because you absolutely have to shape it left to right with the tee shot. There's the clubhouse and the surrounds on the right side. There's a very generous rough that holds your golf ball.
Yes.
And then from that angle, typically you want to shape it left to right, and then you have that second shot coming to the green with the glorified swimming pool or the water body on the right side,
which has wreaked havoc on many finish on the PGTI.
Yeah. And then most people end up kind of tugging it a little bit towards the embankment near the 10th tee. So,
yes.
So you're right. A course like that does certainly make you play different shots, build your creativity around the course, and also your imagination as a youngster.
Absolutely. And talking about Chandigarh, Yuvraj Sandhu is also right on top of the leaderboard, along with his city mate Karandeep Kochar from Chandigarh.
And Angad Chima not lurking very far behind.
Chima behind. Yes, the top 3 from Chandigarh.
And that was very much similar, Nikhil, last week at Kalhar as well. These 3 boys were right at it all the way through. But I think Karandeep wasn't there, but we had quite a strong representation from Chandigarh.
So we are seeing action from hole number 5 and hole number 4 here. And Yuvraj Sandhu will soon be in action, trying to make that putt a mid-range putt. What do you reckon that is? 10 feet, 12 feet? How long is that?
That's going to move a little bit left to right. It's slightly uphill, but this particular green has a little bit of nap or grain, as we call it. Anything coming down is super fast, and anything coming up from where Yuvraj is going to be slow.
And
it's a nice stroke.
He's just missed from the right. Just missed it.
That probably didn't catch that enough break on the left to right, which we were talking about.
It looked like it was heading for the hole, but just that last second.
That does happen sometimes because, as you try to get your pace right, it does slow down, and that's the time it catches a little bit more of the break. So unless you've accounted for that, it looks good till it's not.
Right. Another skill that golfers add as they grow more experienced, they grow older. Reading the grass on the greens, the way the ball will shape or it'll curl is very important for every golfer.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And, therefore you'll also notice that a lot of the youngsters have regular caddies, of course, who travel on tour, but they're older. They've been to those courses before. They have a little bit of experience.
That's right.
So Karandeep for his birdie. No mistake there. And he joins Tapi Ghai at the top of the leaderboard. Well done, Karandeep.
So Karandeep making a move there. And then we have a tournament director on the screen.
Sampath, of course, having a word with him. What do you imagine was the conversation there, Nikhil?
I'd imagine he'd be pushing the players again to improve their pace of play, because I could see him gesturing, come on, get a move on.
Yeah, well, that was not a trick question. You know that, right?
And he was writing down something. Those are the timings.
It's clocking, yes. It's clocking the boys. No, and I have to say, Sampath, Swami and myself were talking earlier. He's been on tour now, 15 years or thereabouts, maybe longer. Very diligent, very respected, very loved, and also very feared. Very good at his job.
That's right. The fear is an important element.
But such a gentle and thoroughly awesome human being.
Absolutely.
Totally on top of his rules. Hails from Pune originally, but now literally, I would say, just traveling week on week. I wonder if he gets much time to get any golf in himself.
I guess he does during the off season. He does play at the Pune Club Golf Course. That's what he told me once. And he's originally actually from Ooty. So that's the reason you don't see him wearing a sweater even in the peak winter.
Oh, is that right? I've known him from the time I was a youngster, and I used to go up to Pune to play some golf, and Sampath was always there, very generous with his time for the kids, very welcoming, and so good to see him in this role.
Yes, and he's lived most of his life in Pune. So multilingual, Mr. Sampath speaks Tamil, Marathi, English, Hindi, and now he insists he can speak Punjabi too.
Well, I'd love to get into a bit of a Punjabi tete-a-tete with him one-on-one. Nikhil, maybe you and me with him, and then Swami can quiz him on in the other languages as well. So it'd be actually awesome to actually have Sampath on screen with us, and just ask him a little bit about his journey.
That's right.
And it's a tremendous journey.
Yes.
I would certainly learn. You would certainly learn. But you've been working with him now several years closely.
Yes. So action from hole number 5. The other interesting aspect about this tournament, Shivas, is that since 2010, when we last had an event here, a generation has passed. And most of the field here is playing their first ever event at the Qutab Golf Course.
No, you're absolutely right. I think you were having a conversation with Pukhraj the other day, and he said to you, sir, that I played here a lot as a junior golfer, and it's the first time I'm actually playing a professional event here. And Pukhraj isn't particularly old; he's like just all of 25 or 26, right?
That's right. And Kshitij also, he said last time I played here was maybe last year a practice round, and that's the only time I played here after the course underwent changes. So this week he was here only for the second time since the course underwent changes in 2018.
And I must say, the DD has done a tremendous job with the golf course. It's been 7 years now since it's been relayed, and it's a really lovely track.
It's a great public facility. People can come out here, pay and play. That's what I do. I play here pretty often, and it's such a green oasis in the middle of the national capital, in the heart of the city.
And it's extremely reasonable.
That's right.
I was mentioning earlier while you were at breakfast break that I was here for the Qutab Golf League and spent some time here, enjoyed this course. And for one of my practice rounds, a 9-hole round, just came out to have a knockabout with some teammates. I paid, I think, all of 1,400 rupees for 9 holes, which I thought was incredibly reasonable.
Does that include the caddy fee?
No, the caddy fee was additional.
Right.
It was an evening 9, but making it accessible by having reasonable cost attached. That's a
And
great
that's
chip
a
in the
lovely
meantime.
chip there by Pukhraj Singh Gill. And before he played that chip, he was practicing with two clubs. Did you notice that, Shivas?
I did. And sometimes what happens is just to develop a feel or even to see how the bounce on that wedge is interacting with the grass, because it's not just the fact that it's in rough, but these guys are so good that they know how to play it, whether the grass is growing into you or away from you, because that completely changes the way the club interaction is. And at which point, if the grass is kind of facing you, into you, the ball tends to climb up a little bit on the club face,
Right.
which doesn't really happen when it's neutral or the grass is away from you. So these guys kind of have it, practiced it, and figured it all out.
Right. Oh, just missing out. That's why they say the practice round is very important for players to get a good feel of the course.
Absolutely right. Yeah. And now with, of course, distance measuring devices minus the slope being permitted on the PGTI, it really comes down to figuring out the sand and the depth of the sand, the compactness or the lack of it, and of course the speed and the nap on the greens, because most of these guys know their yardages to the tee. Yes, elevation changes city to city, makes a little bit of a difference in terms of how the ball flies. And then it comes down to strategy. So it's less about the distances they're going to hit it. It's more about where they want to miss it and figuring out the sand and the greens.
Let's see whether Honey can make this one. And he does.
Well, that's a good one. And I'm glad he's made that one.
So with also the shots coming in, being allowed on tour now, you can notice, the socks have disappeared. You hardly see they are ankle length socks.
Well, most of us who've played enough golf, and in shorts, we spend our lives being half zebras, right?
That's right.
So that's one less zebra stripe to deal with. Well done, Pukhraj.
Pukhraj coming out clean shaven today. A different look from what he was sporting till yesterday. Tapendra Ghai, you hardly ever see him without his sunglasses.
I recall on the US PGA Tour, David Duval always had his sunglasses on. And I think it was much later that someone mentioned that he probably has numbered sunglasses. Prescription sunglasses, that is.
So Tapendra making that. And it's turning out to be quite a fascinating day's play. Tapendra is leading at the moment, followed by Yuvraj Sandhu and Karandeep Kochar, all winners on the PGTI. Pukhraj, of course, is still searching for his maiden win.
That having been said, we see slowly Abhinav Lohan, who had a bit of heartbreak last week at Kalhar over the closing 3 holes, where he had a couple of drop shots to fall away. In fact, a double bogey as well. So it's good to see him creeping back 4 spots up to be in tied 5th place along with Angad Chima.
Yes, Abhinav has been playing well on the last 2 days in recent events. In fact, as I mentioned to you last week, the previous season, he made a hole-in-one in one of the final rounds in Ahmedabad and won the event. He came from behind to win that one.
No, hole-in-one's always very helpful. It's always usually a good tee shot, but obviously a bit lucky to find the bottom of the cup.
Varun Parikh here in action.
It's a nice stroke. Misread it. It's moved a little more right to left. In the meantime, the wild and the sublime Kshitij Navatkol, who started bogey, quadruple bogey, has in the meantime birdied the 5th hole. And now we have essentially 3 colors on his card.
So possibly trying to find his way back to the top now, Kshitij.
Quite a difference from his round yesterday. A 10 under course record with 8 birdies and an eagle and absolutely bogey free.
Exactly. That was a dream round. And he said, I didn't put a foot wrong.
And in fact, I was just looking at his scorecard even from round 1, which is on our screen. You notice that on day one as well, his back 9 itself was a 4 under clean scorecard. 4 birdies, 5 pars.
So Prabhakaran making that putt. We are now on to Varun Parikh. I guess he's carrying that thick yardage book in his back pocket. Very helpful for players.
Oh yes, very helpful. There are a lot of golf courses that have hosted perhaps Asian tour events or ADT or European tour events, and they have some wonderful yardage books. But for most other golf courses during the early time that these young players have gone out, they have either created their own yardage books or been lucky enough to get yardage books from some of their predecessors who built those yardage books over the years with tree positions, water body positions, and strategy of the tee. And that's something wonderful, about this game. You see a lot of the older players take the younger ones under their wing and guide them around, particularly in practice rounds, which is invaluable.
At Calance, we don't just build technology, we engineer what's next. From cutting-edge software development to intelligent infrastructure and automation, we power digital transformation for tomorrow's enterprises. With deep domain expertise and a global delivery model, we help businesses scale smarter, faster, and more securely. Calance, future-ready solutions built today.
And here we are back at the live action. And this is the sixth hole. It's very interesting, Nikhil, that this week we are not using the championship tee at the back, but the tee in front, because from the back it's about 225, 230 into a crosswind over a shoot of over some trees, and it's a really tight 220-yard hole, and it's at about 205 today, I believe, and probably like a 6-iron or a 5-iron for most of these lads.
Let's see what Pukhraj can make of it. And you see the ball follow there.
Looks like it's on the right of the green.
He has made the green. Yes. Didn't look like he's going to make the green, but it bounced in the rough and onto the green.
We don't see it, of course, on television because it, in two-dimensional, we don't really see certain gradients. But there's a fairly big shoulder and a slope from the right side. There's, of course, a bunker there as well. But it's a good break that he got and came off that shoulder,
helping the ball onto the green.
For sure. This is a strong par 3 because of the height of the trees in the front.
And that's Hani Besoya.
Yep.
He's right on the green, one bounce, just short and onto the green, right in the center. He's not too far from the flag, though. He'll have a birdie opportunity.
Yeah, the flag today is just 11 paces on, so that's, I would agree with you. That's probably just about, 10 feet away.
Hani at the moment 7 under. We could see him make a move if he sinks this birdie putt on the 6th.
And of course, we have the strong hole number 5.
Yes, action from hole number 5. And you see the tournament director again there in the background, lurking.
So Kshitij is going to have an interesting little pitch. He's missed the green to the front left. And here again, it's a bit of a slope. It's going to come down fairly quick. Based, of course, on his lie, which we do not see.
Yes.
He's going to have to figure out whether he's flipping this onto the green or onto the front collar and then letting it feed down. As you can see, he's aligned left of the flag, so that's definitely looking like it's going to move left to right.
He also has a little bit of an, unusual, unconventional stance. Would you say that, Shivas? Because when you look at him compared to the other golfers.
So during his early years, and I'm not, look at that. He's used the slope brilliantly.
Yes.
That's a very, very good chip. Better than most of us imagine, because that is a fairly severe slope. Yes, so to answer your question, Kshitij has always had a very theoretical approach. He used to work with my good friend. I don't know if he still does. We used to call him Gangs, Sheikh Gangadhar in Coimbatore, and Gangs is a avid student of Bobby Clampett's book called The Golfing Machine. And one of the early books where angles and swing planes were discussed. I will confess, I did attempt reading that book, and I don't think I got past 15 pages. But that tells you a little bit of Kshitij's approach and the Bryson DeChambeau comparison.
Right.
And you'll always notice that he uses the left hand grip and angle as the trigger to then set himself up.
And chip there by Yuvraj, not bad. And he's set up a birdie opportunity for himself there.
That slope is actually a very severe one, and you can see all these boys are using the slope to allow gravity to take over. On the right side of our green, we have the tournament leader, Tapi Ghai.
Sorry, that was not a birdie opportunity. Tappy on the right side of your screen in live feed 2.
So he has to pitch up to the green. Seem to have missed the green to the right on the par 3 6th. So now you can see on live feed 2 the contours and the slope on that green. It's pretty severe. Right. Of course, he's hit a great pitch and given himself a par save opportunity.
Karandeep Kocher now on the left of your screen.
I would believe this is a birdie opportunity. He's going to be going up the slope. That should move a little bit from his left to his right because of where the hole is cut, particularly the last 5 or 6 feet.
And Karandeep just a little to the left.
It's certainly a very good roll and a good putting stroke.
Pukhraj misses it on the right side.
Well, this is definitely, a makeable putt. He will be disappointed. Pukhraj needs to make a few putts to get things going, and as we spoke, he's not won before, so it'll be really nice to see him get this across the line.
That's right. And last week as well in Ahmedabad, he started off as the first round leader with a fabulous first round effort. He did the same here, and he was talking about, just replicating what he's been doing in round 1, trying to push forward, keep the momentum going.
Good putt there from Baisoya. And no mistake there from Kshitij. Good up and down. A solid 4 to steady his ship a little bit.
That's right.
He needs to stay in there. Definitely the quadruple bogey is something that would have shaken him up a little bit.
Sorry, would that be a par putt by Yuvraj Sandhu now?
Yuvraj is putting for par because this is, I think he was 2 just short and left from where we saw him, make that little delicate little chip. So this would probably be a putt to save par.
So I stand corrected. I referred to it as a birdie opportunity, but it's actually a putt for par.
I'm quite enjoying watching Sampath Chari lurking around the leader group, keeping an eye on them. But given the fact that these folks are on the 5th green and the guys ahead of them,
he misses that. Yuvraj Sandhu.
He's not too happy about that, and understandably so. On the right of our screen, our tournament leader Tapi Ghai to save par. No mistake there. Well done. Great up and down from the right side.
And we'll have Pukhraj in action now.
Yeah, that's to clean up for a par. Well done, Yuvraj. Well done, Pukhraj. And Kocher as well for his par.
Kocher going through his routine. Hole number 5. Taking his time, and you can see the tournament director writing down a few things there in the background as Karandeep takes his own time.
We noticed that the towel is a very integral part of the whole equipment. Last week as well in Ahmedabad, it was warm, it was wet, and it's very similar in Delhi this week.
That's right. It's not as hot as Ahmedabad, but it's still quite hot. And the towel, you see that on Angad Chima's shoulder all the time. It's important for players to keep their hands dry, keep wiping their hands to get a good grip of the club, isn't it, Shivas?
Absolutely. We see a little bit of water on the screen. We were talking about that just a little while ago. And
action on hole 7 now.
Yes, that's hole number 7. So this group with Angad Chima, Varun Parekh, and Prabhakaran. The 7th is a very interesting hole again, where strategy plays a strong part. You have that water body which we just saw, which comes into play off the tee, but only if you use a very aggressive club. Something maybe like a 2-iron or a 3-wood based on the tee from where they're playing. Should leave them short of that. Although there is plenty of place on the left half of the fairway, we really don't want to bring the water into play, and it's not particularly a long hole. So you can still hit a 2-iron or an 8-iron in, or a 3-wood and a 9-iron in, laying it up short of the water.
Absolutely. And just 2 par 5s here on this course, while we have 4 par 3s, 3 of them on the back 9.
The 10th hole in particular it's a good one. There's a tree in the middle. It's nothing more than a wedge, a 48 or a pitching wedge or similar. It's almost a 3-tire green, not a big one, but small, chotu little tires, and it's. You don't want to be going after the green, after the flag when the pin is on the top left or right portion, because there's a huge drop behind. And also, strangely enough, the highest portion of the green is actually the firmest portion of the green as well. Perhaps because it's the most exposed and the water tends to flow downwards, so it's a bit hard to stop the ball there.
Oh, Varun Parekh missing out there. We've seen a lot of missed putts today.
These greens have, some subtle curves and turns. And, given the fact that most of these players are playing this course in a professional event for the first time, given the age of the field, given that the last professional event here was, 15 years ago?
15 years ago.
Well, back then, Varun was all of 11 years or 12 years old.
Absolutely. So you can well imagine all those pros in up to their early 30s participating here would never have played a pro event here. And another miss there by Prabhakaran.
Couple of misreads. So, clearly the players aren't able to figure this one out.
Now a shout out for our sponsors, the title sponsor Calance. It's an end-to-end technology consulting firm now venturing into real estate, and led by a young COO, Rohan Govil, who was part of the field. He played here as an amateur, and he's also appeared at the PGTI qualifying school. He's grown up with a lot of our professionals such as Shubhankar Sharma, Abhishek Kuhar, Kushal Singh, Pranav Kaul, and Pukhraj, our first round leader, also played junior golf alongside Rohan.
It's really awesome to see, someone who keenly loves the sport and is clearly very good at the sport also go out of their way to give back to that sport. And definitely, as you rightly said, a big shout out and a round of applause for the Govil family.
That's right. And Of course, Mr. Amit Govil, the CEO, Calance, he's thrown his weight behind this event.
So here we have a quick look at the leaderboard. Tapik Hai in sole possession of the lead after that outstanding up and down to save par. He holds his position at the top after the fifth hole. Beg your pardon, after the sixth hole. And then Karandeep Kocher in hot pursuit at 10 under, followed by Pukraj and Yuvraj. Abhinav Lohan back
Chima.
on page 1.
Hani Besoya still very much in the picture. Not too many shots between all these guys. Manu Gandas, you can never count him out.
And, we were talking about Shamim always being around and being in the mix. And Shamim, 2 under for the day today. He's right there in the thick of things.
And Shamim holds the record for the career prize money earnings on the PGTI.
Not surprising given the quality of his golf and the longevity of his career.
That's right.
So, Jamal Hussain 4 under for the day. Karthik Sharma 3 under for the day. So these are the big movers, as is Manu Gandas, who's also 4 under for the day, along with Mari Muthu at 3 under for the day. Yuvraj from the leader pack at 1 over for the day. Kshitij, of course, as we are aware, struggling off the blocks.
We move to action on hole number 6 now. As you see, the players approaching the green. Kshitij Naveed Kaul and Karandeep Kocher, as well as Yuvraj Sandhu.
Amardeep Malik as well, 3 under for the day after 9 holes, having moved up 18 spots to 19th position.
Big move there for Amardeep.
Last week's runner-up, Udayan Mane, he's at even par for the day after 12 holes. A bit of heartbreak for him last week.
That's right.
In the playoff, and the 18th hole not being kind to him, while he hit the green in regulation, both in regulation play and in the playoff, but he found himself off the putting surface after making his first putt, both times. Sarthak Chibber, 1 under after the front 9, another good solid young player.
So live feed 1 bringing you hole number 6 and live feed 2 bringing you hole number 7. We can see Kshitij now getting ready to hit his chip.
Yes, Kshitij, of course, also seems to have missed the green to the left side. He's coming over, I believe, he's chipping, so he's probably just past the bunker, but it's a big slope. Kshitij is a tall boy, about 6'3", and we're not seeing too much of his legs.
And
he's used that slope nicely.
Yes, he has. Heading towards the hole, and no, he's just missed.
That
hole
was
there.
very, very good. That's
very
exactly
close.
what I expect from Kshitij. Very good.
He'll
very
give himself
precise.
an opportunity to putt that. And on the right side, you see Tapendra Ghai,
Our tournament leader.
hole number 7.
Yep. That little glorious walk, couple of the players holding their putters in their hand, kind of giving us a little bit of an intel that they are on the putting green.
That's right.
While we miss their approaches. So thank you, boys. Thank you, Honey. Thank you, Pukraj, for helping us out with that.
That's right. Such a comforting feeling for a pro, or any player for that matter, when you land your second ball on a par 4 on the green and you walk all the way with your putter in the hand.
That's a nice walk. It's a bit of swag, a bit of a flex, as the youngsters call it.
That's right. I often forget. I get so excited I forget to take off my glove, and I'm often putting with my glove on.
Well, we are amateurs for a reason, right, Nikhil?
That's right.
Yet again, I have to compliment the team, that's the agronomy team, the greenkeeping staff. You look at the golf course, it's lush green. The players have been very complimentary about the playing conditions, very consistent fairways, consistently cut roughs as well, consistent pace on the greens, green to green, no variation on pace. And that really augurs very well for Qutab golf course setting itself up as a long-term venue to host professional events.
I remember teeing it up here in a friendly round with my friends and few colleagues about 20 years back. And it was a totally different ball game, this golf course. It was totally open. The trees were still coming up. It was wide. You could hit it on either side and you could get back into play easily.
That's a nice putt, using the slope quite nicely.
And you see Kshitij's routine there. That's what he often does, holding the club horizontally and then, counting the paces.
He's very methodical, very, very methodical.
So chip there by Tappy. And
he's missed that to the right. No, there is a bit of a slope, this green, particularly, right now the pin has got 22 paces on and it's 11 from the left. And again, there's a big shoulder on the left side that tends to throw the ball off to the right. And here what happens is, when there's pace and line involved in a chip, if you don't quite carry it enough, sometimes you get an extra slope or you miss the slope and it completely changes the outcome.
That's right. Again, Kshitij starting off with that left hand at the bottom, then changing his grip.
And in the meantime, Pukhraj has made his birdie.
Wow.
So, good stuff. We were just talking about Pukhraj,
Pukhraj making a long putt there.
Yes, well deserved, much needed. Keeps him at the top or near the top.
One of the fittest guys on
and strongest, dare I say.
That's right.
That's really nice and heartening to see a lot of these youngsters. We've seen them grow from junior golf to amateur golf and now, on the pro tour to be doing well.
Pukhraj's brother Digraj, younger brother Digraj, also plays on the tour.
Is Digraj playing this event as well, Nikhil?
Yes, he did play this event. So Hani Besoya there, just missing out a little to the right.
Now we have Karandeep on live feed 1 to clean up for his par. Well done. No mistake there. And, of course, on live feed 2, you have Tapi, the 6-footer to save par and maintain his one-shot lead.
That's right. These mid-range putts haven't been the easiest for our pros today.
These are the ones that really, keep guys going and at the top of the leaderboard, because a couple of them made versus a couple of them missed, is the difference between being in the top 5 or, being more than a few shots off the pace.
Right. And then, unlike long putts, where you're not expected to make it, the pros would set themselves up to make these putts, and then missing out would be quite disappointing. Let's see what Tappy can manage. And he's got that.
Well done, Tappy. Tappy taps it in.
Taps it in, that's right.
It certainly looks like a lovely day of golf out there.
Yes. Flag fluttering, you can see.
So the top 5, Tappy at 11 under, Karandeep at 10, and then the trio of Angad Cheema, Pukhraj Gill, and Yuvraj Sandhu at 9 under.
That's right. So a leaderboard dominated by the Chandigarh boys, even though our leader is from Gurugram, Tapendra Ghai, Karandeep Kochar, Angad Cheema, Yuvraj Sandhu all from Chandigarh, and Pukhraj from Punjab, from Ludhiana.
So Warren Parekh seems to have dropped off the pace a little bit.
Yes.
He's had a couple of bogeys on the 5th and the 7th, and now he's dropped to 6 under for the tournament.
At Calance, we don't just build technology, we engineer what's next. From cutting-edge software development to intelligent infrastructure and automation, we power digital transformation for tomorrow's enterprises. With deep domain expertise and a global delivery model, we help businesses scale smarter, faster, and more securely. Calance, future-ready solutions built today.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होशी।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा। ये रात में
We're back with live action here at Qutab Golf Course. And hole number 11 there. Who do we have here? Action from hole number 11. Makes that putt. Is that Rashid Khan? Yes, that's right. That's Rashid Khan. And the wily old fox, Shamim Khan, is also there on your screen. Won many events on the PGTI, leader in the career earnings on the PGTI. Shamim Khan should be able to make that putt. And yes, he does. Shamim moves on. He hails from Delhi. And his caddy there, Gullu, on the bag. He's been a regular with him for many, many years now. Now we have Varun Parekh in action off the green. He'll be playing that chip. Hole number 8. Going through a couple of practice swings. How close can he get to the pin? Let's see. And he's about 15 to 17 feet away from the pin. I'll now be taking a break as my fellow commentators would be joining in. V. Krishnaswamy and Shivas Nath.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. It's good to have Swami back. Just having a chat with him. He's taken 5 flights back from the Augusta Masters to find his way to the Qutab Golf Club in Delhi to the PGTI event. Swami, that jet lag?
4 flights and a cab ride. A 2.5-hour cab ride from Augusta to Atlanta, followed by flights from Atlanta to Miami, Miami to New York, New York to Doha, Doha to Delhi. And now don't ask me why I took those flights. Obviously, I was trying to save every hard-earned rupee that I can by getting flights which were more inexpensive. But, you know, having seen Rory McIlroy there, it was well worth the effort. And I'm sure it's going to be well worth all those flights with this new event, a new addition to the PGTI calendar, the Calance Open, where Tapig High is right now in lead at 11 under.
So, well, Swami, 4 flights, and how many airlines were those?
Only 2. American and Qatar. Like much as I don't want to say these things, but One World Alliance is just about the best. Got upgraded, so that was a bit of a consolation. The long flight, especially from JFK to Doha, So that was quite a
Those upgrades are just so awesome. It makes our day. The airline goes to the top of the charts.
and the back doesn't complain as much.
Not at all. Not at all. The upgrades certainly help, particularly when you're a frequent traveler, and those are small ways the airline rewards people like yourself who are always on the move. So that's good. That's great to actually hear.
But I must say, Shivas, you and I have known each other for many, many years. The perks of watching this game, it takes you to various parts of the world, various parts of India, and gives you a chance to see some amazing golfers, Indian and international. So I would say, these irritants like long flights are just small irritants.
I have to tell you, I couldn't agree more with you. People like yourself and myself who are around this game, and this game's been so kind to us. We
Correct.
get to visit some lovely places, some great friends and relationships. It's a blessing, really it is, and we have to be grateful for that.
And here is Varun Parekh, hopefully making it worthwhile for us. A fine young golfer from Ahmedabad has had a bit of success. I had a chance to speak with him recently during one of the PGTI events, the Challenge Tour events, the Hotel Planner events. And he was very clear that he was trying to play as many events as possible, trying to get the international scene quick. He says that feels that he has achieved a level where he's ready for the next level. And I think that's the kind of preparation that PGTI gives you, and the quality of competition, and the way scores have gone, the prize purses have risen. I think it has prepared our young lads to take on higher levels.
No, you're absolutely right. Varun is a very solid representative for the game of golf and Indian golfers. He's been working hard. He's 27 years of age. He puts in the hard yards, is very disciplined.
Absolutely.
So one would obviously love to see him and a bunch of the other youngsters do well. Hard work is always rewarded. It's just a matter of time. There we have Angad Chima on the par 5 8th. This itself is a very interesting par 5, Swami. Right off the tee, there's a tree right in the middle of the fairway. Now, guys like myself can't really get it past that tree. Someone has to manufacture something. But these boys are clearly younger, fitter, stronger, as I say. So very, very, they can get very, very close to the front of the green or onto the green in two. And this is again another large green with a big embankment down on the left side and a bit of a slope on the right. This fairway as well has a few contours. So, very important where you leave yourself, particularly with your second shot if you aren't on the green, because you could very well be hitting a pitch from a bit of a downslope into a semi-firm green, and that isn't really the easiest shot in the world. There we are on the screen.
Sure, you're looking smart.
Well, I was looking at the midriff. A bit Wayne, am I not?
Not at mine, I hope.
And I was looking at mine. So, well, it's good to be here, and a big shout out to PGTI and, of course, Calance, our sponsors, to have Swami and myself here. It's a wonderful day, and the golfers certainly having a lovely time.
I've just been told that I would be going to the 9th green to interview a few. It's always a pleasure to get to know some of these young stars and bring them to our viewers, courtesy the ABP network, and it's always great. Now we're on to the 7th hole with the lead group, and I might have to take leave right now to get to the green as per the director's directions.
Command.
Absolutely.
Young Vivek. He's a lovely producer and a lovely director, and You saw him at the opening show along with Swami and myself. So yes, you're going to have a lot of the folks who teed off on the 10th. Probably coming down and completing their rounds very, very soon on the 9th green. So back on the screen is our final group of the day. Karandeep Kochar, Kshitij Navid Kaul, and of course Yuvraj Sando. Kshitij, who shot a course record 10 under par 60 yesterday, wasn't off to a particularly good start this morning, and has his work cut out to steady the ship. 2 bogeys and a quadruple bogey in his very first 3 holes, and he's at 6 over for the day. Well, that's an unfortunate lip out for him. He's definitely struggling today. Didn't quite come back enough. He clearly read it as a left to right. But having said that, it just didn't seem to come back as much as he expected. Kochar on the screen now at 10 under par, 1 behind our current leader, Tapendra Ghai. And that one misses as well. Things fairly packed at the top of the leaderboard. Tapi Ghai, of course, at 11 under. Pukhraj and Karandeep at 10 under apiece. And then you have Angad and Yuvraj at 9, followed by Abhinav Lohan and Hani Baisoya at 8. And then we have a bunch of them at 7 under, which is Manu Gandas, who's 4 under for the day. Young Ariman Aditya Mohan at 3 under for the day, along with Mari Muthu, also having found the way to 7 under par. And the wily old Shamim Khan with young Dhruv Shuran and Gaurav Pratap Singh and Jamal Hussain all at 7 under. Yuvraj making no mistake with that putt. Back to the 8th green, where we have Hani Baisoya, Pukhraj Gill, and Tapi Ghai. That's a good looking putt, but a bit short. It's coming up the slope and seems to have given it a lot more respect. Hani Baisoya now on our screen. Well, this one is certainly going to move left to right.
And now we see Abhinav Lohan has joined the group at 10 under. No, that one was pretty much dead straight. Well done by Soya. Abhinav Lohan certainly going to be richer for the experience from last week at Kalhar, where he had a bogey and a double bogey coming in on the last 3 holes that eventually dropped him back a bit and out of contention. And that's, of course, our leader, Tapi Ghai. Some very interesting pin positions here today. Not cut too tight, but on some very interesting spots. Which again, given the larger size of the greens here at the Qutab Golf Club, presents a lot of options to the tournament director and the greenkeeping team to set up and recommend pin positions. Very good putt, solid. No mistake there. Bit of a fist bump. Definitely a very important putt in the leader's mind. As we were talking earlier, it's very important to have yourself making these 5, 6, 7 footers on a regular basis. The difference between making a couple of them and missing a couple of them is the difference between staying at the top or always remaining a few shots behind. Back on our screen, Varun and Angad. They would be on the 9th hole at this point. That ball absolutely flying past the hole of the 345-yard par 4. This 9th hole is not particularly long, but as I was mentioning earlier during our broadcast, it's a dogleg from the left to the right. It has a tree, maybe about 60, 70 yards short of the green with overhanging branches. And the fairway itself slopes from the left to the right. So it's very, very important, to position your tee shot to the left half of the fairway. And then again, you have a very large green where the right half of the green is guarded by a fairly large expanse of a sand bunker. So position really of the tee plays key on this particular hole. And we have with us now young Vaibhav from the PGTI team. He's going to join us very briefly in the commentary box. Welcome, Vaibhav, and it's so awesome to have you here.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So, Vaibhav, you yourself have been playing a lot of golf, and do you have much experience playing at the Qutab Golf Club?
Not played here much. Based out of Hyderabad, so played at the HGA. But this looks like a great course.
Yeah, speaking about the HGA, as you and I have discussed previously, the first hole at the HGA is quite an interesting hole and certainly gives me the shakes. It's a very tight driving hole as an opening hole.
That's true. I mean, now after they removed the net, I think it's going to be easier when our professionals take that course again.
Well, again, it's relatively speaking for professionals versus club golfers who show up, not too
true.
much of a warm up, and you're just really hoping to get bat on ball, leave alone whether you're going to hit it left or right. But it's a tight driving hole as an opening hole, isn't it?
Agreed on that.
So there's a tremendous driving range and practice facility that's come up at the HGA, and all of you, it's I think taken about 3 or 4 years in the making. How many bays do you have at that driving range?
I think we would have around 25-30 bays. I mean, it's a G+2 setup, and I mean, it's going pretty great over there.
And as the better players or young professionals, you guys get time to hit it off the natural turf rather than off the mats.
Yeah, I would agree. And we got Milan Soni, who's playing on a tour from HG as well. And I mean, it's great to be there.
Wonderful. So here we have Angad making a putt for a birdie. That was a good try, but we saw, getting out of the first cut, the ball did deviate a little bit to the right. The longer the grass, the more chances of a deviation.
Yeah.
But good speed on that one for sure. So that's a 2 under front nine for Angad. He stays at 9 under. So not much movement at the top of the leaderboard, with the exception of Abhinav Lohan having moved up 7 spots to join the party. And while I've said that, let's call it the commentator's curse. We have Manu Gandas, who's moved up 26 spots to 9 under par, and he's now 6 under for the day after 15 holes. So interesting. They call it moving day, and certainly a bit of upward movement there. Can't say, unfortunately, the same about Kshitij. He's moved down 14 spots to 15th place. He's having a very rough front nine. So the 9th hole, of course, giving us our thrills. As I mentioned, there's a big bunker guarding the right side of the green, and the pins just cut 6 yards, 6 paces from the right. A very protected flag. So this is the big tree, in the background on the par 5 8 that we were referencing, which typically comes into play, and it's important for the young ones to send this past the tree so they don't have to typically shape their second shot.
As you said, I agree. I mean, Kshitij, it's golf at the end of the day, and being a top at one day and dropping shot does happen. And, you never know, tomorrow might be another day for him where he might come back as well.
No, it's certainly, a game. And, these guys are good at it. Some days it works out for you. Some days you make a few errors and maybe a bad break or a bad strategy. It's part of the game. It's all a learning process. As a great Bobby Jones said, he learned more from losses than he did from wins. So I think that kind of pertains to life as it does to golf as well. It's a bit of chitter chatter going on between Karandeep and Yuvraj, mates from Chandigarh. Seem to be very comfortable in each other's company. So you've been out and about on the course. What's the weather like right now? Has it kind of warmed up a bit now as we get closer to noon?
True. I mean, we were just last week in Ahmedabad, and I'm astonished how these guys managed to play in that heat for 4 days, and with the practice round and the pro-am. And coming back, I mean, it looks like a similar way here. And it's great what these guys are doing out there in this heat as well. And yeah.
Well, I had a nice chat with Amardeep Malik last week, and we were talking about the fact that there are 3 new sponsors we had Adani, then we had
Indorama, and now we got Calance. I mean,
and he said, we're professionals. We want more events. Doesn't matter how hot it is or how cold it is. Give us a good golf course. Give us a tournament to play, and we'll all be there.
True. I mean, Mr. Amandeep Jawal has been great for PGTI, and working under him has been great as well. And we're looking forward to what's coming forward next week as well.
Yes, next week is a very interesting event, the Couple Day Grant Thornton Series, where it's an innovative event, a mixed field event with boys from the PGTI and girls from the WGI playing for the same course. Obviously, different course conditions. They have their respective tees, but what a great idea.
Yeah, what an idea, and what an inclusivity taking place there that week by Grant Thornton and Mr. Kapil Dev himself. The vision.
It's absolutely wonderful because it's nice that a lot of these youngsters, now the boys on the PGTI and the girls on the WGI have played a lot of junior golf together and amateur golf together. So it's nice for them to be in the same tournament, competing against each other, some fun, some bragging rights.
True.
Good for them to spend time together.
Yeah, and we also got amateurs playing in the main championship as well. The new
yes.
format.
Yes,
and that's
yes.
going to be a fun week for the amateurs who are playing alongside the professionals.
Absolutely. As you use the right word, which I liked, is a very inclusive event.
It's been okay. I'm +1 through the day.
So there we see Karandeep Kocher not giving it enough flight, landing on the upslope, and the upslope killing the roll on the ball, and the ball dropping off to the right side. And that's the shoulder that is going to, have to be negotiated by Kshitij. We have him on the center of our screen, and he's going to have to play a delicate little pitch shot.
Looks ready.
I think he's in the sand bunker, so he's going to have to manage this one. Oh, yes,
That's a good out, and
very, very well played,
well done.
Vibhav. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got it pin high, a couple of feet away, very well controlled, landed it
Good
almost
bounce.
the perfect spot on the fringe.
Yeah.
No, he's an exceptionally hard worker, exceptionally talented boy.
True, agreed. I've known him well for the last 2 years. I've been working with PGTI, and he's a great guy as well.
Oh yeah,
To speak with. He's fun, goofy.
Yeah, well, goofy, yes. Yeah, well, I've known him a little longer since he was much younger, and he's just been delightful to know.
True.
Well, it'd be nice to see him, getting something together on the back nine and making a bit of a move back on.
He's got a
the
new
leaderboard.
social media name as well. It's called Call Blooded.
Yeah, Call Blooded. Yes, I saw his post on Instagram the other day. # Call Blooded.
Yeah. That defines him.
But that's exactly him. He is just so positive. He believes in himself. He does what he wants to do out there in terms of strategy and aggression as well. He's certainly amongst the more aggressive golfers that we have on the PGTI, and more power to him.
True, agreed. Agreed on that.
So now we have Karandeep. Karandeep himself, a tremendously talented and hardworking young man from Chandigarh. It's a good-looking putt. Very interesting, that putt. It moved left to right for a period and then seemed to drop off or break the other way. I don't think he saw that coming, and certainly for us in the commentary box, we did not see that coming. Well, thank you, Vibhav, for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day. So, looking at our leaderboard, Tapik Hai at 12 under, having birdied the 8th hole as well. He's built up a 2-shot lead over Abhinav Lohan and Pukhraj Singhil. Manu Gandas, the big mover today, 6 under after 15 holes, doing exceedingly well today. There we have Yuvraj. That was his birdie opportunity. I believe, judging from Karandeep's putt that moved right to left at the end. Yuvraj coming in from the other side expected something similar, but that didn't quite happen. And live feed 2, we have Pukhraj on our screen playing alongside Hani by Soya and Tapendra Ghai, our leader. So Pukhraj has a fairly flat putt. It's likely to move a little bit from the left to the right. And this is largely, a fairly quick green. And this pin position, always protected. That's a great putt. Makes no mistake there. Very well done, Pukhraj. A very timely birdie. And this pin on the 9th is protected by a large bunker. Karandeep, in the meantime, on the left side of our screen in live feed 1, just to clean up and move on. Well done. No mistake there. You can see our tournament director keeping a close eye on this final group. That seems to be possibly about half a hole behind the penultimate group, playing just ahead of them. Tapi Ghai taps that in. And makes his way now to the 9th tee. Angad Chima, in the meantime, tied in 4th place at 9 under with 5 other players. That's a good putt. Solid stroke. Well done.
Any expectations this week?
No, just it's too far from the finish line at the moment to have any expectations. So just be patient till then and keep doing what I'm doing.
All the best, Pukhraj, and kill it this week.
Pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Back to the 10th tee. This is a very interesting hole, as I was previously mentioning. Short little par 3 with teeth. Just 107 yards. A nice little dry tree that you could possibly see on our screen that sits between the tee and the green. And the green itself is a small one, 3 tires. Definitely a tricky little tee shot. And there you have it. A nice little hit. And that's that set of trees. The one in the center of our screen, right behind the Indocent board. We've seen that over a period of time, grab a couple of golf balls that have been caught a groove or two too low on the club face. On our screen now we have young Pukhraj. You saw him having a quick chat with my colleague Swami just a couple of minutes ago as he walked off the 9th green. Certainly the sun seems to be out because Pukhraj, who was playing the entire front nine without any headwear, has got his back on.
Pukhraj there seems to have missed the putting surface. As exactly as I was saying, 107 yards, could be maybe 115 or 16 today, since the pin is cut 23 paces on from the front. On par threes, typically the yardage that is mentioned on the scorecard is to the center of the green. And now we have our leader, Tapendra Ghai. Nice clean hit there. And safely on the front. Always a bit of a risk getting after this flag, which is at the back of the green, because the top portion of the green
Two quick questions here.
is fairly firm. Obviously, being higher up in elevation retains less water.
How's it been going? I mean, looking pretty good right now, sitting on top of the leaderboard. Yeah. How's it been for the day?
Playing good, just keeping my calm. I'm just trying to play shot by shot, and that's my strategy.
Any expectations for the week?
No expectations, just play good, and that's about it.
Thank you so much, and all the best. Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. A man of few words. Obviously, Tapendra Ghai leading right now at 12 under, midway through the third round. The traditionally moving day, as they call it. He says, shot by shot, and that's the name of the game.
And here we are, back to live coverage. You see the leaderboard, Honey 10 under, Pukhraj 11 under, and Tapi 12 under. It's very nice that we have these mobile group by group scoreboards that follow the players around. Makes the experience a lot more enjoyable for the on-course spectators. And of course, the fact that our live feed is available online on our YouTube channel allows many of the golf spectators here today and at other events to follow the live action along with enjoying the live golf, walking the golf course. So here you have it. Pukhraj having landed the ball on the top shelf and just having snuck over. The ball seems to be sitting nice and clean, so he should be quite happy about that. Seems that he wants to drop the ball on the first cut and not on the putting surface. You saw him looking very closely at the texture and the length of the grass on the first cut on the color of the green. Very important up and down for Pukhraj. He's flipped it a little longer than he would have imagined, and that's exactly right. We see it having gone about 6-7 feet past. In fact, I would say he's a bit fortunate that it stopped where it did, because another couple of feet of roll on that, and that would have ended up 20 feet away. Shamim Khan, in the meantime, gets 3 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. And young Ariman Aditya Mohan from Bombay gets to 4 under for the day after 15 holes and 8 under for the tournament. So it's good to see him back in the top 10. Karandeep Kocher, in the meantime, for having fallen a bit off the pace. He's a 9 under for the tournament, and he's dropped 4 shots to 6th place. So this leader group from round, after round 2, playing round 3 together, all of them clearly struggling somewhat. You have Yuvraj at 2 over for the day. You have Kshitij at 5 over for the day. And you have Karandeep at 2 over for the day. So these boys certainly need to get it going on the back 9.
to stay in touch with the leaders. It's very important. The tempo for the group sometimes gets set, the pace gets set. They end up competing against each other. Because if you look at the group of Tapendra Ghai and Pukhraj and Honey, Pukhraj is 2 under for the day, Tapi is 3 under for the day, and Honey is 2 under for the day. So clearly there is momentum, they feed off each other's energy, obviously some competition. These things happen. So very important for the boys in the final group to get it together for the back nine. Tapi Ghai placing his ball and getting ready to putt for a birdie to extend his lead to 2 shots. And on the right side of our screen, Yuvraj, Karandeep and Kshitij. Solid putt there from Tapi. He's happy. Now Pukhraj for that all-important par save, having hit it over the putting surface of the tee. He would very much like to make this one to stay in touch with Tapendra Ghai. Almost to the 9th green. Kshitij on our screen. I believe this putt is for a birdie. How he would love to have that birdie and get something going into the back nine. Seems to have left that short, online but short. And then we have Pukhraj making no mistake right there. This is exactly what it's all about. Making those putts and just not making them is the difference that makes the difference. Getting the momentum going, it all comes down to hitting great shots in, which most of these guys are, but the putts have to fall. Now Yuvraj on our screen. Another strong young lad. Very hardworking, very diligent. Big boy with a big game and big dreams. A nice looking stroke there. No mistake there. Well done. Solid birdie. Definitely one putt that he needed. So here you have that action replay from the Calance Open. Kudos to the PGTI for bringing in new sponsors, new supporters for the game. I cannot say enough about the fact that aside from Calance, which is our sponsor this week, we've had giants like Adani and Indorama as the title sponsors for the last 2 events. Just fabulous work by the PGTI, and a big shout out to all our new sponsors for supporting this wonderful game and playing their part in growing Indian golf. Here's Karandeep Kochar. He's not going to be very happy. This group clearly struggling today on the front nine.
we've seen a lot of the players on this particular hole, miss it on the higher side, regardless of whether they've been coming from the right side of the hole or the left side of the hole. So they're clearly seeing some form of a turn which doesn't really exist. Well, we have on our screen hole number 11, a 331 yard par 4. It's got a couple of fairway bunkers, otherwise fairly straightforward, with the exception of the fact that the green has a huge, well, when you're facing the green, a huge right to left slope. The pin, of course, that being said, cut on the front, just about 10 paces on. It's fairly flat around the green, unless, of course, you're coming in from the right side, more around 1 o'clock from where there is a bit of a severe slope. But anything in the other 75% of the green, from directly below the cup to pin high to the left, fairly straightforward, simple birdie opportunity. Angachima himself at 10 under, 3 behind Tapi Ghai. We saw Tapi make a tremendous birdie putt on the 10th hole. Back to the 10th hole on live feed 2, the tricky little par 3. That's a great tee shot. One of the more interesting pin positions on the 10th hole is the one in the middle on the right side. A serious amount of slope on that, distance control, pace as well. Might get to see that pin position tomorrow. And Varun Parekh, in the meantime, on the left side of our screen, makes no mistake there, knocks it in, and gets off the green in a tearing hurry. So now we have Karandeep Kocher on our screen, tee number 10. Pin cut 23 paces from the front and 5 paces from the left. Hole playing probably at about 120, 121 yards today. That's a nice shot on the upper shelf. Good amount of spin on that. Sat and dropped to the right, which gives us an indication that his putt going up.
So, Yuvraj, how's it been going, the front nine?
It's been going good. I think, as you can see the score, it's a bit of a Mickey Mouse front nine, I would call it, but it's just getting warmed up. And we're still left with 27 holes of the tournament, so just going to keep my head down and keep doing what I'm doing.
How's the course playing?
I think this course has its own challenges. It's playing tougher than I thought. It's playing to its teeth, which is the tree line course, and different trees planted at different yardages. Mostly our landing areas. So I think we have to maneuver through. And all in all, I think course is playing absolutely fantastic.
One final one, 2 wins this season. How would you say is it going?
I'm just getting started.
Thank you so much, and all the best. So that was Yuvraj Sandhu. 2 wins this season already, and he says he's just getting started. So watch out for Yuvraj Sandhu.
Thank you, Swami. That was awesome. Always good to hear from young Yuvraj. Very eloquent and very articulate as always. Back to our leader, Tapik Hai, on hole number 11. He has actually a great angle coming into this flag. There we have our tournament director, Sampachari. We've been talking a little bit about his tremendous journey with the PGTI, 15 plus years, 900 plus tournaments as tournament director, a world record holder in that capacity, a thorough gentleman, a good friend, and very precise with his work. And dare I say that is Pukhraj with his tee shot. He's driven it. He's a strong lad. He's hit it super far. This hole's about 331. And I believe this drive of his should sit at about 300 or thereabouts. We didn't actually get his tee shot, but we did notice his caddy putting the driver cover on and slipping the driver back into the golf bag. So great opportunity here for Pukhraj with the pin cut in front. Very achievable pin flag. You may notice he's got his glove off. A lot of players tend to get their gloves off when they make pitches or chips, smaller, shorter shots. The feel that they have on these shots seems to work better when they don't have the glove on the left hand. And that's a delightful little shot. Oh, it's perfect. A foot and a half away for a tap and birdie. Excellent shot. Excellent approach. Played it perfectly. Well done, Pukhraj. So here we have our top five. Tapendra Ghai at 13 under, having made a tremendous birdie on the 10th. Pukhraj at 11 under, but not for long. He has about a foot and a half to move to 12 under. And Abhinav Lohan having moved up onto the leaderboard, 3 under for the day and snapping on the heels. He's in good form. We saw that in Kalhar last week. The young man from Faridabad. And Angad Chima and Hani Baisoya right there. Angad Chima 3 under for the day. Hani Baisoya 2 under for the day. Yuvraj, of course, at 9 under and even par for the day with a birdie opportunity on the short par 3/10. In the meantime, Hani Baisoya on our screen. That putt for a birdie just drops off. I believe he had the line, but it was the pace that really got him. Tapik Ghai there as well. Well, he had missed the fairway to the left. The ball was sitting up nicely, and with the pin cut where it is today on the bottom left side of the green, that was actually a perfect miss. He was in great position to play a lovely second shot, and he clearly has. So Tapik Ghai here, I would believe this one to extend his advantage to 14 under par. No mistake there. Well done. It's something I would love for our viewers to notice, that, how still the head and how quiet the body is with just a nice shoulder stroke from some of the guys we see on our screen who are excellent putters, leaders of the tournament, absolutely on top of their game. It's just all shoulders, a nice little rocking stroke, low and slow and straight in. Well done, Pukhraj. That was a very solid birdie. Much needed. Keeps him in touch with Tapendra Ghai. And with that, we move on now to the 12th hole. And there we have our leaderboard. And there we have our leaderboard. Tapendra Ghai, 13 under after 10. But that should now be updated to 14 under after 11. Pukhraj showing at 11 under, but again after the 11th, he should be up at 12 under. Very interesting leaderboard. Aryaman, Aditya Mohan having made his way in there as well. He's at 8 under now. And Dhruv Sharan, a new entrant on the leaderboard, at 9 under. Manu Gandas, of course, has strung together a tremendous round today and finds himself right in the mix. Manu Gandas at 6 under for the day. Clearly the round of the day belonging to him thus far. He's had a solitary bogey on the 12th hole and 7 birdies on the 3rd, 4th, 8th, 10th, 11th, 14th and 15th. Angad Chima on hole number 12 on our screen. A 423-yard par 4. This, I might add, is a very strong par 4. It actually plays a little bit longer than the yardage. Couple of fairway bunkers on the right side. Dense trees lining the left side of this fairway. And a green with some serious movement and elevations. We see a couple of lovely shots into the green there. You know, on the left side of your screen, you just saw a big tree in the center of the fairway. That is a tree that seems to catch a lot of second shots, particularly when, you know, the tee shot has ended up on the left side of the fairway from golfers who have tried to avoid the fairway, the deep fairway. It's a semi-pottish pot bunker on the right side. And then you also have a screen guarding the 13th green. And all of that comes into play. And it's good to have my colleague Swami back. He seems to have rushed here from the 9th green. We're going to allow him a few seconds to catch his breath.
Well, you know, it's very, very hot. And I had a chat there with many of our leaders, including Angad Chima, Yuvraj Sandhu, Tapi Ghai. Well, they're all braving the heat out there. Every Pukhraj Gill too. They're all braving the heat, playing exceedingly well at this. Tapi Ghai, 14 under as the scoreboard shows. He's 2 shots ahead of Pukhraj Gill. Both of them said, shot by shot. That's the name of the game for them right now. And here we have Angad Chima, he's been in decent form. As he said, there's still lots of golf to come.
So this is a tricky little chip, Swami. It's a strong par 4. Just before you came in, I was mentioning that, it's the scorecard says 423, but the way the hole is set up, it plays, more like a 445. And definitely the strongest par 4 on the back 9, in my opinion.
Shivas, I've been speaking to a few of these players, as we just shared. They've been saying that the greens are a bit grainy, but very tricky. You've got to know the lie, and obviously it's been set up in a very challenging manner, so it's not easy. And many of these boys are coming here after a very, very long time because the Qutab Golf Course is holding a tournament, a championship after a long time, a professional championship after a very long time. It's been, I believe, as Angad was saying, it's been like 15, 16 years since he last played here. It's a completely different kind of a course. Everybody's trying to get used to it. So I would say it's been a great choice on part of the PGTI to bring a championship here. This is the people's course, in a manner of speaking, because this is where you can actually come and play without being a member. So, and Shivas, as he's been saying, it has a lot of traffic. It caters to a lot of people in Delhi. So, great job the ground staff has done here.
No, you're absolutely right. I like that term that this is a people's golf course. It has a better ring to it than a public golf course. I love that. Thank you, Swami. Well, in the meantime, we see young Kshitij on the right side of our screen. His trials and tribulations continue. He seems to be chopping that out sideways on the 11th hole. Kshitij is certainly having a tough day because, as you can see, his playing partners seem to have driven it into perfect positions. And that's a great place to be at, with the pin being cut on the front short left side of the 11th green. And Kshitij not making life easy for himself at all today, because even his pitch out has still left himself, I would say, not a complicated, but a more difficult angle, bringing the slope in play from the right side and the bunker as well.
To be fair to Kshitij, it's never easy for a golfer to come a day after such a low score as he did a day earlier at 60, because the expectations are so high from others and from himself, and so sometimes it just kind of backfires, which is what it has happened. He had a quad on that second hole. He's never been able to recover from there. So, and there is on feed 1, Angad drains the putt.
Yes, Angad, certainly doing very well today. He's 2 under par for the day and 9 under for the tournament. Manu Gandas, of course, at 6 under par for the day, has a round of the day going there.
Absolutely. Manu Gandas is the man who's actually made the real move on the moving day.
So now, here we have it. Yuvraj
got his father walking with him, a great fan of his and a great believer in his son, who's one of the most hardworking golfers I know on the Indian scene.
Another lovely little pitch there. We saw Yuvraj giving his father a big hug behind the 9th green. That was very heartening to see.
Yes, because he joined him on the 7th and he rewarded him with a birdie on the 9th with a lovely chip there. So, it's like the family support is very, very important for golfers. They spend a lot of time out there in the heat, the rain, and every kind of weather. So it's a lot of tough things out there.
I couldn't agree more with you, Swami, because it's very important for the family, the parents, the siblings, and in India we also have extended family that live together, which is wonderful, to understand the journey of a young athlete, not limited just to golf, to any sport. It could be badminton, squash, tennis. To encourage them to keep it real and to understand the journey of a sports person, what goes on in their mind, the swing in form, physical injuries, amongst other things, and managing your education also as a young athlete.
Golf is not an easy sport,
Well, you have 14 pieces of equipment to master, and then the 15th, the most important being your mind.
That's right.
So we have 2 birdie opportunities and Kshitij for the par save. I must say I was very impressed with the pitch that Kshitij made to leave himself that short par putt.
And I'm also impressed by one more thing, Shivas. I must say this because I'm a great believer in the pace of play. Those are the perils of communication on a golf course, where there are different parts of the golf course, each one trying to communicate with each other, like the referees, the marshals, and everybody.
And the walkie-talkie communication system that someone clearly forgot to lower the volume on. Well, it's all part of the joy of being on the golf course.
Yeah, I was talking about the pace of play, Shivas.
Yes.
It's so hot outside, and it's actually wonderful that these boys, the lead group is already on the 12th right now. That means they've just got about 6 more holes to go. I think they're doing a great job.
I agree with you. It's very important, as we see on our screen. While the players are preparing to hit their shots up and putt without interfering, of course, in the other's vision or periphery. And once it's their turn, they're actually ready to go. It's not that they start their whole process when it is
And
their
yes,
turn.
also, especially say someone like Kshitij, things are not going so great for him. But he is, you tend to drag your feet. Like Calance not been too good today. 2 over through the first 10 he was. So, despite that, when the game is not going your way, you still kind of, try to keep pace with everybody else. I think that's fantastic. That's what this game teaches you, discipline and the rigor.
And, as the term rightly says, they're being very professional about it.
Wonderful. There goes another putt down.
That's a birdie. A birdie for you, Raj.
This is one young man who just, when he spoke to him, he says, I'm just started. 2 wins he has this season. He says, I'm just getting started. I think such a lot of confidence from this young man. I think he will go a long way.
And this is, of course, Kshitij from a 1.5 foot to save par after that wonderful pitch, after having to chop out after an errant drive. So that's a good par save. This should do well for his confidence. And of course, on live feed too, we have Pukraj, who's made a few birdies and finds himself in second place.
The great thing about this bunch of youngsters, all of them in their early and mid-20s, is the amount of confidence and belief that they have in themselves and their caliber and potential.
Oh, yes.
I think that is something which was missing, I would say, a couple of generations before them of golfers. So these guys, they really believe that they can compete with the best of Asia and Europe and hopefully get on to the biggest of them all, the PGA Tour. So that belief is half the game won. So I would say this is really, really good. And they're not scared of tough courses. They're not scared of tough conditions. They're not scared of, say, tough course pin positions and tough courses. So I would say that's something which these young lads have learned a lot from.
No, you're absolutely right. Because, they're strong. They work extremely hard on their fitness. They have access to very good equipment. And, during the early days, they have traveled outside the country, played in different conditions, played alongside similar youngsters from other countries.
Totally. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Exposure at a young age is so important.
I've been to a bunch of junior golf events, and it's been interesting. You could have had...
Always fun.
It's fun. You could end up at the Hong Kong Junior Open, and you'll have kids from China, Japan, Korea, India, Sri Lanka, whatever have you, playing together. And some of them don't even speak English, but they find a way to communicate and still grab a milkshake together at the end of the round because they've enjoyed themselves. So, just the whole concept of communicating and building a lot of mutual respect for each other and the game and your peers, it's ingrained very early with exposure.
and the exchange of information. I've seen golfers, at the end of the long and tiring day, actually chat with each other, even if it's for just 10 minutes or 15 minutes, on, like what everybody is learning from the game. Tapi Kai is 5 under for the day. That is really fantastic.
He's really on a tear. He's really got it going today.
He would do great in a poker game. He doesn't let his emotions show even the smallest bit.
Unlucky to miss that putt. It was a very nice roll, soft hands, very relaxed.
Good speed too. I mean, he had the right speed.
Very quickly, you notice Pukhraj on screen, not wasting time to get his marker back into place
Absolutely.
after
Yes.
Tapi made his putt. It happens so often that you're caught in the moment, and sometimes you can actually overlook replacing your marker. It's happened before. It's good to see a few spectators out there braving the heat.
Just didn't have the legs turned away right to face of the cup.
And that's our tournament leader. About a foot and a half away to tap this in for a par.
Both Tapi and Pukhraj seem to be feeding off each other. They started the day together. They were among the first round leaders, and now they share, or rather, they are the 1 and 2 after 2.5 days, I would say.
I was alluding exactly to that, Swami. That, the difference between the final group and the penultimate group. The penultimate group seems to be feeding off each other in a positive way.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
the group at the end they've all been struggling all day. Well, Yuvraj is finally under par, but he's had a few birdies to get back into that position. But at one point he was also 2 over par, and they were all 2 over, 3 over, 6 over. The entire 3-ball was struggling. That's a good one. On hole number 13, the par 3. This is an interesting green. It's very narrow, left to right, but extremely long in terms of the depth. It's 34 yards. That's a very deep green, but not very wide. And of course, we have back-to-back par 3s. The next one, which is the 14th, has that big water body set on the right of the green, and the green slopes left to right. Very interesting hole. And the pin on the 14th is cut just 5 feet from 5 yards, I beg your pardon, from the water. Well done, Angad.
When I was just at the 9th green and the 10th tree, trying to catch a couple of words from each of these players, ran into Sampachari, who was, of course, commenting also on the way this course has been set up this week. He seemed to be very happy with the ground staff, and of course, the pin positions are what he decides. And he's had a mix of easy, he calls it easy, but I'm sure the players might have other words for it, then medium and difficult. So it's been an interesting mix out there.
Well done, Varun. That is solid. Quickly moving off the green. Clearly not wanting to come in the way of the group behind him on the fairway.
Yeah, well, when you have these short par 3s, back to back, I think it's also very important for these players to realize that there is a bunch right behind them. So they all want to make sure that they are not upsetting the rhythm of their colleagues. So I would say that's excellent thinking. Well, you can see some of the parents out there with this lead group. Let's say Sandhu's dad, Vinita, that is Kshitij's mom. So there is there's a fair bit of family gallery, I would say.
It's lovely when that actually happens, and the family is very involved. So here we have our leader, Tapig High, on the par 3 13th. Safely on.
While we've been talking about these lead groups, there's been a phenomenal movement from Aryaman Aditya Mohan, who shot a 7 under 65 and he's moved to 11 under, very much in contention now.
Wow, that is absolutely solid. And he had a great third round in Kalhar as well. We see his scorecard now. A tremendous 29 on the back nine. 5 under par 29 on the back nine. His solitary bogey coming on the first hole, Swami.
Fantastic. That's a great effort there by this young man. 7 under 63. So after 71 and 65 on the first 2 days, a 63 on the third has put him into the running.
Well, I see a lot of this young man. Our home course is the same, the Bombay Presidency Golf Club. And while we don't see a lot of him because he's traveling and on tour and out and about, he's a very hardworking 24-year-old, extremely fit, extremely dedicated, very quiet, introverted, I would say. So,
as we were discussing earlier, Shivas, that's the key. A new generation of golfers, all in their early mid-20s, are now rearing up their head, coming up. And I think in another couple of years, you will see that there will be a big, huge, I won't say a glut. That's always a great thing to happen. A big, huge number, a big, huge bunch who will be taking over the, kind of golf courses in Asia and doing well. We've had still our old, or rather, not so old, Gaganjeet Bhullar and Ajitesh Sandhu and all still holding fort on the Asian circuit. Yuvraj Sandhu getting in there closely, as is Karandeep Kochar. But I think there is a next crop which really promises a lot, I would say.
You're absolutely right, Swami. The older lot, guys like Gaganjeet, Anirban, of course, is doing extremely well on the Live Tour. And then, of course, you have Shubhankar on the European Tour as well.
Veer Alawat is giving me good company out there,
Yes.
having qualified through this very tour, which is also a massive incentive for these boys. Anyone who tops the PGTI Order of Merit gets a card onto the DP World Tour, and it's awesome. And we also have one of the members of the PGTI now plying his trade and playing more than a little bit on the Hotel Planner Tour, which was the erstwhile Challenge Tour, Saptak Talwar. He has actually decided to play more and more on that tour. He's right now in the Middle East playing in the Hotel Planner, the Challenge Tour events there. So he had a top 20 last week. And this week he begins another event there. So which is why we don't see him here this week. I mean, those are
At
guys.
Calance, we don't just build technology, we engineer what's next. From cutting-edge software development to intelligent infrastructure and automation, we power digital transformation for tomorrow's enterprises. With deep domain expertise and a global delivery model, we help businesses scale smarter, faster, and more securely. Calance, future-ready solutions built today.
All you need is an eye. Watching the world and discovering the out of this world. Like never before. Like no one before. Redefining extreme imaging. Vivo X200 series. Zeiss Image. Go far.
who won the
yes.
Adani Open at JP. But Saptak, talking about him, and the earlier comment you made about a lot of these youngsters going out and playing and not being intimidated with the international travel. Saptak has spent a fair amount of time playing the PGA Mini Tour in Canada.
That's right. Actually, that was the first time I actually got in touch with him when he was playing in Canada, and that's when I got to know him. And very well, very articulate, ambitious young man. And he is ready to go anywhere as long as he gets an opportunity to play good golf. And he is obviously hampered by the absence of sponsors, yet he says, whatever I make, I will spend it on my own golf. That's a nice one.
And our tournament leader threatening to run away from the rest of the field. Tapig High rolling one more in.
The ball hung in there and slid along.
And that's one more birdie, taking Tapig High to 15 under par. And 6 under for the day. Closing in on the 2 7-unders posted by Manu Gandas and Aryaman Aditya Mohan. So looks like another low-scoring day coming up. Not quite as low as our erstwhile leader Kshitij Navid called 60 yesterday. Not the best of efforts. Not the best of efforts.
Hit it too quickly and just let it be,
And he's still got some work left, Swami.
Yes.
It's not stone dead.
It's like too much of a half-hearted putt out there. Not the best of things. He can't let that happen. Hani Basoya is too good a player for that. One of those mental lapses.
Well, it's probably the heat. We've seen it happen to the best. You just lose focus for a split second, get too focused on the line and forget to hit it, or something else altogether. Also to our final group, which is on the 12th green.
So we are on the 13th on feed 1 with Pukraj on the putt and just inside. And on live feed 2, we are on hole number 12. That's Karandeep Kochar, Kshitij Navid Kaul, and Yuvraj Sandhu. That's the lead group, of course.
So Karandeep Kochar as well, having slipped significantly down the leaderboard. He's 2 over for the day, 9 over for the championship. Others are making ground and moving ahead. And this last group, with the sole exception of Yuvraj, who was also struggling out of the blocks and has obviously made a few birdies to come back and move his way back up there. Things pretty tough for this final group today.
The name might move a bit lower on the leaderboard, but the fact is the gap is not too big, except for Tapig High having moved a bit ahead to 14. The others, are between 8 and 12. So Tapi and Pukraj Gill up there, and the rest of them coming up. So Kshitij's been the man who's trying hard to make a comeback with a couple of birdies out there. Pretty good on 8 and 10. And that's laudable. To fight back, to go 6 over after 3 holes, and then to come back with 2 birdies and hopefully a few more. That would be good for this young man. And here is Yuvraj on the 12th.
Yes. Well done. No mistake there. It's you happen to mention, Swami, that Yuvraj's father joined him on the course on the 7th hole.
Absolutely,
and things have changed.
Yes.
Yuvraj has birdied the 9th, birdied the 11th. Found his way back, got some momentum. So, that's a nice sign. It's a happy sign. I like that.
Oh yes, without doubt, there shows.
So there we have it. The final group making its way to the par 3 13th. Back-to-back par 3s on 13 and 14. The pin on this particular hole got 23 yards on, 5 yards from the right, and the green being fairly deep at 34 yards.
What was noticeable in those brief conversations with the players, Shivas, was that all of them had a good word for the golf course. And most of them were coming back to play here after a long, long time. They played here as juniors and maybe as amateurs too. But as professionals, to come back for a proper tournament with 1 crore on the line, I think that's a big thing. And they all said that the course has been done up very nicely.
No question about that. Most of these guys are now in their mid-20s.
Absolutely, yes.
And the fact that the last professional tournament, PGTI tournament held here was in 2010, these guys were young teenagers.
Absolutely.
But they, of course, have played a few junior golf events and amateur golf events here. So that's some experience, but certainly not after the reconstruction, the rebuild of the golf course.
So there you are. I mean, they've actually never played a tournament here after turning professional.
So while Yuvraj tees off a little bit about our tour partners, Victorious Choice is an entity inspired by the philosophy of Choice International Limited that has risen to become a unicorn in the financial sector, and its unique and innovative approach is the joy of earning. Victorious Choice is promoted by Victorious Endeavors, a sports development company that is keen on a holistic development of golf and other sports, if I may add, in India. And joy of golfing is really a wonderful tagline that they have. Swami.
Absolutely.
And now we have Karandeep Kochar on our screen. And while he tees it up, a quick word about our banking partners, IndusInd Bank, that has redefined banking over the past 3 decades and has been a force to reckon with in innovation and banking progression. They, of course, offer an elevated banking experience for its diverse range of stakeholders across the country. The bank caters to the growing Indian diaspora with offices in London, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi as well.
So waiting for the group ahead, I suppose, to clear off from the 13th green.
That looks like a nice strike. Center green. Well done. That's a very good spot to be at. Nice uphill putt coming up. And now to Kshitij. I noticed on his social media handle that he has a new hashtag called Call-Blooded.
Yes.
I kind of like the ring to that. He's quite a character, isn't he?
That's the youth. It's good to see him come out, in the sense he used to be so shy that he would barely utter a few words when spoken with. So now, with the social media, his expression has really gotten nice. He's opened up. He's expressing himself, not just on the golf course, but otherwise also.
And he has quite a delightful, dry sense of humor as well. You just have to know him well enough to just enjoy it.
Yes, I agree there. Yes, indeed.
That looks pretty good as well. Right at it. Perhaps another birdie coming up.
Hopefully. And I must tell you about Kshitij. I first ran into him even before he made it to the All India Amateur Finals, was when he played the Asia Pacific Amateurs in Korea in 2014, if I'm not wrong, 2014 or 15. And
he was what, all of 13 years old at that time,
yes,
if I
he was
remember
very,
correctly.
yes, he was so young, probably one of the youngest players. And so from that time, he's actually slowly and steadily become one of India's leading professionals. So, even though he's just, I think, about 24 years old, he's been around for a very long time.
Oh, yes. Even the All India finals you speak about is almost a decade ago, if
Yes,
I'm not
that's
mistaken.
true. Absolutely.
Now, he spent a lot of time in the West and came and played a junior tour that, we had set up, and I was actually the tournament director for that 3-year period. And he was just one of the best behaved children.
Didn't he come from Hyderabad? He also spent a lot of time in
No,
Hyderabad?
he used to train with Gangadhar, who's his
Gangadhar,
coach,
yes, yes.
who's now at the Boulder Hills. Previously was in Coimbatore. But Kshitij spent a lot of time in Mumbai and Pune and would played 3 solid years on our tour. And we'd done something very cool for the kids back then. Like you have on the PGA tour, we'd given them a player's badge to put on their belts.
Wow.
It was
That's
just, it didn't really cost much, but it was just a concept. And he loved it. He wore it everywhere he went. And I believe from his mother, it became his good luck charm.
I can imagine. This very nice story.
Viewers,
about
we
him.
are back live from the Qutab Golf Course, and this event marks the beginning of a new partnership between the PGTI and Vivo. And we have a couple of senior officials here from Vivo who will talk to us about this partnership. Sir, first I would like you to introduce yourselves.
My name is Manvi Garewal, and I take care of retail marketing at Vivo.
Hi, I'm Vikas Tagra, and I head product management wing at Vivo India.
First of all, I'd like to ask you, sir, how do you see the synergy between Vivo as a brand and professional golf in India and the PGTI?
I think first of all, it's an honor for Vivo to be here at the iconic Qutab Golf Course. Professional golf returns to Qutab after a long 15 years. And I think we have shared values with golf. Golf is about precision, passion, and pushing the boundaries. And we at Vivo firmly believe with our products to push those boundaries. And I think this gives us a great opportunity to bring golf to the masses by capturing the game of sport of golf with a different perspective using our X200 Pro. Yeah.
Sir, I would like to ask you a little bit about the technical aspects of the product.
Sure. So this Vivo X200 Pro, what we are showcasing here, the product has got a lot of unheard, unseen and unprecedented capabilities. But from the professional golfer perspective, so be it a photography or a videography, this phone really comes handy in capturing those glorious moments. So to talk about some of the technology and tech prowess, it has got India's first 200 megapixel Zeiss Apo telephoto camera, which means when they're playing golf, whether it is a close shot or a far shot, this phone really comes handy in capturing those prestigious moments. So you don't need those DSLR heavy, bulky cameras. So that is one aspect, and it has got a super landscape mode, which is one of its kind, not there in any other industry smartphones. Again, when you're in such beautiful environment, playing that one of its kind game, people will enjoy that super landscape mode. Because the snapshot and those, because it is such a beautiful sport, so this landscape mode helps in capturing those beautiful shots in its full glory.
Thank you, sir. Tell us a little bit about your team present here.
So the boys and girls here, they're Vivo experts. They bring the product alive, and the experience they deliver to the golfers is something unheard of. I'm sure the professional golfers are going to love this experience, and we've already been participating for the last 3 days. Some of the shots on the big screen there, they're just stunning and superb. And this is, we are just proud to be part of this growing golf community in India. And I think it's just one of the beginning landmarks on this big journey we want to go together with.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your insights and sharing with us all the technical aspects of the product. For all the golfers, please do come out here and get your own Vivo experience. Finally, it's back to the commentators in the studio, Krishnaswamy and Shivas Nath.
We are back here on live on the 14th. Tapping high there.
And we see the water hazard on the left side of our screen, which is, of course, on the right of the green when you're hitting your tee ball. Some sensible, conservative tee shots. No one taking on that flag, and rightly so. I was pretty impressed with the Vivo X200 phone and the cameras that they were talking about.
Shivas, you're still young, so I mean, the cameras and the phones, I mean, are something which, you know, I'm not terribly good at that. I must. So tapping high just past the flag.
That's a very quick, chip the ball. Everything slopes towards the water on the left side of our screen. So you're right, Swami. That's a very, very good chip. It looked like it was going to stop very close and just got a couple of rolls more owing to
I think he should
gravity.
be happy with the par there. I mean, this
This one's going to move fairly quick, Swami. He's coming in. It's going to move left to right, down towards the water. Pace is paramount here.
it had to hit the flag to stop. Now this coming back will be just a bit of a testy one. You never want the ball to travel so much beyond the cup.
And the funny thing here is that I've seen a lot of people do exactly that with their first putts and then give the return putt way too much respect and leave it on the high side or short. Because that's just the psychology of not being conservative.
Pokraj.
He has a much better angle to come in from putting. It's just left to right. It's not going to be tricky with the pace. He's not dealing with that big slope.
Just leaves it a bit short. But I still suppose he'd be better off with that than seeing the ball roll so far ahead.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Well, there we have it. By Soya for the par save. No mistake there. Well done. He would be very pleased with that putt.
So they're tapping high for his par putt. Oh, now that is a mistake he could have afforded not to have gone it. So that's a drop shot. I'm sure he's not too happy about it after coming through so well and getting there. Was it 5 under for the day? He drops a shot now, 4 under for the day, and drops to 13 under. Here's Pukhraj Gill for his par putt. He makes no mistake. So Pukhraj gets a par. Tappy drops a shot. Hani Basoya gets a par. We are on to hole number 15. Varun Parekh there. Prabhakaran, one of the Sri Lankan stalwarts who seriously figure all the time here on the Indian tour. Tapping High's bogey on that previous hole, they actually brought him down to 5 under. He's now 14 under. Tappy was 6 under through 13, dropped a shot on the 14th. So it's 5 under for the day, and he's got 4 more holes to go. Pukhraj Gill is 3 under for the day. Yuvraj Sandhu, actually after those bogey birdie start and then a bogey on the 5th, he's had 3 birdies on the 9th, 11th and 12th. So he's made up decent ground there. He is now playing pretty solid now. 12 under. He's tied second alongside Pukhraj Gill, behind the leader Tappy High. Tappy's got a 2-shot lead there. There you see the scoreboard. Angad, a difficult shot out there with the lamppost right there. I am assuming it's not in the way of his swing, as he would have called a referee in. Gets it onto the green from there. Would have loved it to be a little closer, but still, it's on the green. A longish putt, but still can't hope for it.
Yes,
Varun Parekh and Prabhakaran with him.
he's left himself some distance there.
We now have a change of guards with Shivas taking a short break and Nikhil Kalala, media manager of the PGTI, dropping in. He's been there for a long time with the PGTI. He's seen the rise of PGTI, so to speak. And so, Nikhil, you must be pretty happy with the way PGTI has been progressing so well over these years, with now prize purses of crore and over.
Absolutely, Swami. I've been associated with the PGTI since its second season, which was 2006-07. And I've seen the constant growth of prize money, number of events, and the level of golf. You can say the scores, the cuts, the the skill, the quality of the golfers coming through, and going on to represent India at the highest level. And I'm most delighted about PGTI returning to Qutab Golf Course after 15 years, close to home. I don't have to travel much.
Absolutely. I know, considering the amount of miles that you keep putting crisscrossing the country throughout the year, this must be a big, huge relief to go back and be able to sleep in your own bed.
Absolutely. Can't ask for anything better. As we are back on the road next week, off to Bengaluru for another big event. And I had my own Vivo experience today.
Oh, yes, you must tell us. So we all saw that. Please tell us about that.
Yes, I think it's something you need to experience yourself. They tell you the qualities of the product and how you can use it, and how, especially if you're covering golf, somebody like me who's covering golf, covering it for social media as well as getting pictures, it enhances the experience.
Oh,
Yes.
that's pretty cool to see.
Absolutely.
I hope it's not too expensive. People like me can't afford it.
No, they said it's quite affordable. That's what the company says.
I like that word. Agachima. A
And
bit tentative out there.
we've seen a lot of missed putts today.
Actually, the players, they've all been saying that, like the grains, it's been a bit grainy, but also very challenging. And they've actually not taken any chances.
That's right. You see a lot of players being very tentative, leaving it short. Generally, when you leave your putts short, the players are being a little tentative. And if the putt goes past the hole, it's kind of an aggressive putt, and you're going for the pin.
A fly disturbing Varun.
He misses
Now.
that. That's what we were talking about.
I think that distraction didn't do him any good.
Yes.
So sad. A drop shot there for Varun Parekh there.
And that proves there are no given putts here.
Absolutely.
I see those markers on the greens. Swami reminds me of that old rule that used to be in place back in the old days, the stymie.
Yes.
If your ball was blocked by your fellow competitors' ball on the green,
Hello and welcome, and we have young Arjun Prasad with us. Arjun always impresses me, not just with his golf game, but his lovely collection of shirts.
You're just too kind, honestly. I mean, I just pick whatever I get first, but it's been going on pretty well, I think, for the past 2 weeks. So I'm going to stick to my collection, yeah.
Well, I'm going to be here tomorrow, keeping a keen eye on you as well. So tell us a bit about your round. A solid 3 under today, 4 birdies, 1 bogey. Tell us about your strategy, particularly on the front 9, because that requires some special handling.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the front 9 requires a lot of planning with your tee shots, because you can't really just overpower the golf course on the front 9, because just the way the course is designed, you have trees on the middle of the fairway and everything. So, I mean, you can hit your driver all the way up there, but you'll probably get stuck behind a tree. So there's a lot of 4 irons off the tee. For example, the 5th hole in particular, I feel that you got to hit it around like 220 yards and then leave yourself with a 175, 180 yard kind of a shot, even though it's a little tricky green to go on to. But I think that's the best approach you have, and give yourself a putt on that hole. So if you get a putt for a birdie, I mean, you're doing pretty good. So yeah, that's just how it is. I mean, even on the par 5, which is the 8th hole, again, driver is not the play, at least for me. I hit a rescue, then I can go with my 3-wood to the front edge. And the bunch of holes in the front 9, even the 9th hole, for example, it's a 5 iron and then a wedge in. So yeah, that's just how you got to plan the front 9.
No, very interesting you say that, because the 5th hole in particular, strategy with the tree in the middle has a lot to play, and interestingly, that's your solitary bogey of the day. And again, the 8th hole, because I suppose your driver leaves you too close to the tree, and that comes into play, and then you're left having to shape a second shot.
It's the hazard which comes into play more. I mean, in the past 3 days, I've been able to give myself a rescue, and then I've hit driver off the deck the first 2 days to the front edge, and today was a 3-wood to the right bunkers. So I mean, I always had a birdie putt, and I mean that ways it was. It's a hole that you can strategize and get on with. Overpowering it, I mean, I don't see it, but probably some players might. Yes.
And this is a very different golf course in terms of the par 5 setup. Tell us about your approach on the par 5 on the back 9, because that itself, you got to hit it left to right, it feeds down. It's an interesting hole, and there's another way to get to it from the fairway on the right as well.
So obviously there are 2 plays over there. You can definitely hit the right fairway, and you'll have a pretty normal approach shot, like a probably 185 yard shot to the center of the green. But I have played my own fairway all 3 days. And I mean, today was pretty good on that hole. I hit it on the center of the fairway, had a 6-iron in to the green, got it onto the green, made a 2 putt. But yes, that hole requires, if you're playing your own fairway, it requires a pretty good tee shot because everything feeds to the left, to the right, and there's trees right in front of you on the tee box. So you got to really clip it and like hit like a straight kind of a shot over there. So it's a demanding tee shot for sure.
Well done, Arjun. It was lovely having you here. Good luck for tomorrow.
We are back live there. That was Shivas having a word with Arjun Prasad. Arjun finished today at 3 tapping high, hole number 15.
And he misses it to the left.
Didn't have the space, didn't have that speed there.
Also the line probably, Swami.
Yeah, indeed.
He's still very much on top, Tapendra Ghai. Can he hold on to that lead is the big question. So we were talking about marking the ball, new rule introduced. There used to be the stymie in the old days when if your ball's path to the hole was blocked by your opponent's ball, you had to chip over the ball on the green.
Yeah, something like snooker.
That's right.
You can snooker him. Interesting in how the game has evolved. And of course, one of the evolutions, of course, has been where the players on the Indian tour have been allowed to wear shorts. I'm sure in this weather they are very grateful for that rule change.
Absolutely. Just like the new rule brought in about the use of the rangefinder last year.
Yes.
Oh, just to the right.
That was Nikhil. Just a bit of exasperation from Nikhil's point of view. Let's have a look at that again.
I thought it found the hole.
I think it just kind of nicked the lip and then kept going on further.
Like they say, burnt the edge.
Burnt the edge, absolutely. And of course leaves a hole in your heart. Bypasses one hole, leaves another hole in the heart.
Truly.
Hari Basoya.
He's made it.
He doesn't make a mistake. Suddenly a spring in his walk.
And whenever you see carts in the background, there's a referee lurking somewhere and pushing the players as far as the pace of play is concerned. We do see a cart on the right of our frame there in the background.
But I am convinced that this kind of pushing is necessary to keep the game, going ahead. So Tappy wipes out, tidies up that putt, and now time for Pukhraj.
They don't want to leave anything to chance. As you can see, some very short putts have been missed today.
True, so true. And coming towards the end of the third day, no one wants to kind of leave a shot or two behind back on the course because that could prove crucial on the final day.
That's right. Like top professional Yuvraj Sandhu says, you are better off missing those putts and having a poor day on the third day rather than on the fourth day.
a little while ago, Shivas and I were talking about how Yuvraj's dad is there. His appearance on the 7th suddenly seemed to have boosted Yuvraj. He picked up 3 birdies after that. So his father was a great supporter of Yuvraj. So there you have a quick look at the leaderboard.
It's a 2-shot lead now at the top for Tapendra
Yes,
Ghai.
it just needs to be updated a bit there. Tapping high, we just saw him on the 15th. He picked up a par there too. Pukhraj Gill, 12 under. Yuvraj, 12 under. The man who's made the big move today, Aryaman
7
Aditya
under.
Mohan, 7 under and 11 under total. Manu Gandas had a good run. He is also 10 under. And Abhinav Lohan is 10 under. Hani Basoya 10 under. Karandeep Kocher 10 under. Traffic jam out there between
Absolutely.
the 4th and the 8th places. There was huge number. The scoreboard is pretty tightly packed there. From 12 under to 8 under, you have 9 players out there. I think it just could be anybody's game out there. A 2-shot swing here and there suddenly will open up the game for anyone, and
Yo.
they can make a move. Kshitij may have dropped a quad right at the beginning, but he's slowly but steadily making his way back.
You're bang on there, Swami. It's anyone's game going into the final round. The top 10, any one of these guys can win. That tells you about the competitive nature of the tour.
PGTI, Amandeep Joel,
Totally.
a good friend of ours, good friend of the game, here with me. Welcome, Amandeep.
Hi, Shivas. I still can't figure out which hat I'm going to wear. Whether should I be a player, should be a CEO, or just a friend of yours. I think all hats are fine. What I'm very happy about is that we've come to the Qutab Golf Club, which is a jewel of DDA right in the heart of town in Delhi. We've come back to this golf course after almost a decade and a half. I'm grateful to the DDA, to the Vice Chairman and the entire board of DDA for allowing us to come back here. Let me tell you, the players have absolutely loved it. The greens are running 11 on the stump, which is hats off to the green superintendent here, the secretary here and the entire staff. I think they've put together the golf course and it's truly international championship level. The scores are showing it, my players are loving it, and the television, I think the spectators are loving watching this tournament. It's live on DD, on Waves, all platforms, the PGTI, YouTube, as well as ABP Live. So you can watch it on your phone, you can watch it live on television. What more do you want?
Or come here and watch it right here with us, right?
Absolutely. We have created, I think, on PGTI, since my president, Mr. Kapil Dev, has taken over, we've created so much more excitement for the spectators, for the players, for the caddies. For the spectators especially, we've started, there's a ticket that you can buy on Book My Show. Buy that ticket and you get a chance to win cash prizes. What more do you want? Whoever thought of PGTI going that way? So I'm very happy, more excited. A lot of members, a lot of juniors will come and watch their stars playing golf here, even though it's a little hot. But the weather is fantastic. It's a little breeze blowing, so you really don't feel the temperature.
No, you're absolutely right, Amandeep. And kudos to PGTI to take this game and make it accessible to the people. As someone earlier today said, this isn't a public course, it's a people's course.
Absolutely. These kind of facilities, they've got another golf course coming up in Dwarka, the DDA, and that's going to be the longest golf course in India. Can you imagine? I think DDA should be emulated by all municipal corporations, all, district administrations, all state, bodies who, if Andhra Pradesh is coming up with a new capital, I think they should design 3 golf courses minimum. DDA has done it. Chhattisgarh, Naya Raipur should have at least 2-3 golf courses. I'm talking to all of them. They should, if they want to truly make their cities international, they need to bring in golf courses. So green areas right in the heart of town, the value of real estate goes up, and you are giving, chance to an Olympic sport. So you are creating an asset which is phenomenal.
No, you're absolutely right, Amandeep. The fact that the golf courses are getting created, it's an Olympic sport. The green fees and access is so reasonable. This property where we are sitting, what a tremendous driving range and learning facility exists here as well.
Absolutely. I mean, golf has become accessible. And the more the government comes in, pitches in with the land, I think golf is very accessible. It's probably as accessible or, in fact, more accessible than going to a cricket ground in the heart of town or a hockey field. You can just walk into the golf course. Nobody's asking you. Because in a cricket field, you still have to get 22 people. Here, you just walk in, you pay your fees, and you're out on the golf course, either on the driving range, chipping, putting, or go on the golf course.
You're absolutely right, Amandeep. And, while you mentioned about some of the other wonderful facilities the government has put up, or government bodies, we must talk about the Sitco facility in Navi Mumbai in Kargar. Any plans to take a PGTI event there sometime closer to home?
Closer to your home, I think. But Kargar, phenomenal. 2 weeks ago, I went there. Definitely put up a tournament of PGTI there.
Well, thank you, Amandeep. More power to you and the PGTI. Thank you for being here, as always.
Thank you very much, Shivas.
His putt now.
Just a while ago, you saw. Just a while ago, you saw the PGTI CEO Amandeep Jol, a former Asian Tour professional, in conversation with Shivas Nath, our commentator. So a lot of insight there into PGTI, which has been moving up and up. A lot of big prize money, a lot of new sponsors, a lot of great opportunities. And this is hole number 16, Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka.
Just to the right by Prabhakaran. He's had a long wait for a second title, Prabhakaran. He's just won once on the PGTI. Of course, one of the leading golfers to come out of Sri Lanka, other than N. Thangaraja, Anura Rohana and Mithun Pereira.
Yes, Anura Rohana and Mithun Pereira, two great names from Sri Lankan golf. Mithun Pereira, of course, being the son of Nandasena Pereira, one of the great amateurs of the region, the subcontinent. And, of course, now the mantle being carried on by Thangaraja and Prabhakaran. Two wonderful golfers and wonderful people. Varun Parekh.
And he makes that one. So we are getting into the last 1 hour of action in the penultimate round, and Yuvraj Sandhu on your screen now. Chipping it there, and he's not very close to the flag, but he's given himself a chance.
That's the lead group there. Kshitij walking out to the green with Karandeep Kocher to his left.
A typical walk of Kshitij's, he bounces. I tell him,
He bounces while Karandeep is just kind of languid walk.
Yes.
So two different kinds of walks there. Wonderful. Both young stars
and multiple,
on the verge of breaking out.
That's right. Multiple title winners. Karandeep is also playing on the Asian Tour regularly, alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, who's a winner internationally on the Asian Development Tour.
Yuvraj, one of the few Indians who's got a full status on the Asian Tour, while Karandeep's got a limited. But Yuvraj Sandhu is one who can actually go further and further up there. He has big, huge hopes.
And a very good driver of the ball, Yuvraj Sandhu. Kshitij following his routine. You often see him do that, holding the club horizontally, counting the paces to his ball from the pin.
As long as it doesn't take too much time, it doesn't infringe on time problems,
yes,
I think it's fine.
You spoke about time, and again we see carts there in the background.
Dhruv Sheeran is another one who's finished very nicely at 565 and moved up the leaderboard. Dhruv is now at 11 under.
Yes, another great talent. He won his maiden title on the PGTI's main tour last year in Chennai, and he's had 2 wins on the PGTI's feeder tour few years back. And Karandeep leaves that just short.
Few inches more, 6 to 8 inches.
It's now that time of the day when he'll be looking to open up a bigger lead, tapping high. So let's see how the others cope with it. As it stands, Tapendra Ghai 14 under, Pukhraj Singhal 12 under, Yuvraj Sandhu 12 under, and we have Kshitij on our screen now, lining up that putt.
We're at hole number 15 with the lead group. Kshitij's putt just moves away from the face of the cup. Always a painful sight.
And it's gone a couple of feet past.
At Calance, we don't just build technology, we engineer what's next. From cutting-edge software development to intelligent infrastructure and automation, we power digital transformation for tomorrow's enterprises. With deep domain expertise and a global delivery model, we help businesses scale smarter, faster, and more securely. Calance, future-ready solutions built today.
We're back live with pictures. And that's a view of the commentator's booth. I was caught unaware there as we got back to live action. That's a tricky putt coming up for Kshitij on live feed 1. Live feed 2, you see Pukhraj and Tapendra. And now there'll be a change of guard. Shivasnath joining us here as V. Krishnaswamy takes a break from the commentator studio.
Thank you, Nikhil. It's good to be back in the air-conditioned comfort of the studio. It was good spending a little time with some of the players and, of course, Amandeep Johal, our tour commissioner and CEO. Just makes us appreciate the conditions through which the youngsters are battling today. That's right. It's tough out there. It's humid out there. It's brutal out there.
Yes, and as the days go by, the conditions will get tougher. The final round tomorrow, we are expecting it to be even warmer.
So as we are here, Tapi Ghai firmly in control at 14 under par,
Hole
being
number
chased
16.
down by Pukhraj and Yuvraj.
Hole number 16 there, and Honey taps in.
This is a very interesting par 5. As our viewers may have noticed, I did quiz young Arjun Prasad on this particular hole. You know, it's a very interesting par 5. You have the option of playing down the designated fairway, which slopes left to right. And he did exactly that and left himself, a 6-iron in. Now let that sink in. A 6-iron in on a 520-yard par 5.
Wow. That's how the game has changed nowadays.
Or, of course, the option 2 is send it down the 7th fairway, which runs on the right and is parallel, and then you send it back to the green across the fairway.
Right. So what do you reckon? What are they going to do?
Well, I think anyone who can get, because there are some trees in play off the tee. So if you can hit it dead straight or shape it a little bit right to left off the tee, hitting it down the designated 16th fairway is probably the better play.
Right.
But anyway, meantime, we've moved forward to the 17th. 17th, one of my favorite holes on this golf course, a strong 433-yard, slightly gradually uphill par 4, guarded by a beautiful rock formation in the center of the fairway that also makes it a bit of a blind second shot. And yeah, it's a pretty good hole to be playing when you play it.
And you see Angad Chima there behind that little rock formation. Has he just hit his approach shot from there?
I would imagine he has, because these youngsters have the length to get to that rock formation.
That is Prabhakaran. And he has found the green. He's not too far from the flag. He'd be happy with that.
No, and that's a very friendly pin position, just 7 yards cut onto the front and 7 yards from the left. But what a lot of people don't see is there's a bit of an incline. It's just raised out there, exactly where we see Varun Parekh just walk off the screen. Right. So it's very precise. You leave it a couple of yards short and it's not going to move up. It, in all likelihood, could even roll back a couple of yards down.
Right. Just for our viewers, Shivas would like to ask you, what is the definition of pin high? You always hear golfers saying, I hit it pin high.
Well, typically and loosely speaking, pin high means you have the right yardage and the right distance. You've not left it short or gone past. So that's what they typically mean, pin high. So really, when you say I hit it pin high, what you're also, well, in a very quiet way saying, well, I should have hit it straighter. It should have been very, very close to the pin. But alas, with most amateur golfers, it's pin high about 20 yards right or left.
That's right. So there's a different definition of pin high for the pros and for the amateurs.
Absolutely. It depends on who's speaking and who's listening.
Right.
So yes, back to the action. We have a lot going on here. In fact, just while I was walking down to the through the driving range to get across to, meet with Amandeep Johal, I met young Aryaman Mohan, and
7 under today.
7 under today, and he had a big smile. I let him know that on Sunday I actually met his father at the golf club at BPGC, and said that I'm looking forward to meeting Aryaman again, and hopefully he'll have a better tournament or a better fourth round. So you better make us all BPGC people happy.
How do you compare the two courses? Your home course BPGC also a par 70, like this course.
Very similar, if I can go down that route and say that. A lot of premium on positioning your tee shot. BPGC is certainly a bit narrower and a bit shorter.
Right.
But there's a lot of premium on, strategy and the way you play that course. It's not one of those courses which you can overpower with a driver. That's not the play on most holes, with strategically placed fairway bunkers and a few dog legs and I wouldn't say water bodies, but water channels.
Water channels.
That's right. Running through the course.
And you have to cross the road and go to the other side, I remember.
Yes, that's a very precarious road.
A lot of traffic on that road. You have to watch out when you're crossing over.
You have to be very careful. Well, we have fairly well-trained, I would say, traffic marshals positioned there. And we manage. We manage just fine. That said and done, of course, the most courteous guys who ensure they stop their vehicle in time is when you see a fellow golfer going home.
That's right.
But it's interesting. There are a lot of golf courses, even the one in Chandigarh, has a couple of roads running through.
Yes. Not as busy as the road in Mumbai.
Correct.
But it does have, the people heading towards the lake, they often take that route in Chandigarh, Sukhna Lake.
Very, very interesting that, you have that. And of course, last week we were in Kalhar, where we had a few gated community roads running across, particularly on the 12th hole, the par 5.
Yes.
Just ahead of the tee. they had to position, obviously, a guard.
In the meantime, Angad Chima holds that.
That's a very, very good and a timely putt, if I may add.
So as it stands, Tapindra Ghai 14 under, leading at the moment by 2 shots. Pukhraj Singh Gill 12 under, Yuvraj Sandhu 12 under. They're all in the contest, and not much separates the top 10 actually.
Oh, you're absolutely right. It's very close, and as our colleague Swami was mentioning earlier, there's a whole bunch of guys. The top 8 or 9 just bunched within 3 or 4 shots of each other. So it's going to be a close contest as we get to the business end of round 3.
Right. And you see that unconventional putter grip again by Prabhakaran.
That's a nice putt.
He sinks that putt. He'll be happy.
I can clearly tell, Nikhil, you are a student of the putting grip and the putters.
That's
We
right.
always have a lovely little conversation about the
Very fascinating
head designs and the grips and the size of the grips and the length of the grips and the way these guys hold on to their putters.
Yes. The claw grip is again very interesting. And we have some players who have who use unconventional grips like Shankar Das. His bottom hand is the left hand when he's even chipping.
We've seen a lot of people innovate because,
Yes.
chipping, putting, it's all about feel and confidence, a
Right.
combination of the two. And, Shankar's an old, wily veteran. He's probably been doing that for a while and has spent a lot of time experimenting and, trying a bunch of different methods to get the job done.
Varun Parekh here.
Oh, he'll be disappointed missing that. He's not
This is
particularly happy. It looks like he went with a recommendation from his caddy.
Yes. He's not happy.
He's not happy.
He does show his emotion on the course often.
I kind of like that because the caddy-player relationship is a very sacrosanct relationship.
Return putt now.
Solid.
Makes that. Shivas, I'd like to mention we have a professional called Yash Majmudar. He made his debut last year. He chips one-handed. He's a right-hander. Single-handed chipping is what he does during tournaments. And he sometimes even putts single-handed. So,
Wow. And just for your information, Yash Majmudar is 7 under for the day today.
Yes, 7 under.
He's just got 3 holes left to play. That means he's done with 15 and he has 7 birdies on his scorecard, a clean scorecard.
Can he get close to that 10 under?
But maybe we could do a little piece. We should have a conversation with our producer, Vivek. I know we're very demanding on him. We'd love to, our audiences know a little bit more about why Yash does what he does.
So a big shout out to our title sponsor Calance. You can see the boards there. Of course, our tour partners IndusInd Bank and Fruitnik Electro Plus, along with our other partners Victorious Choice, Rolex, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus Monthly.
So I must say it's been a very, dynamic leaderboard today. We've seen a lot of movements. The leader group after the cut after 2 rounds clearly struggling.
And there was movement early on in the day from the very start as we saw the leader get into trouble on that second hole.
Yeah, that was absolutely a bizarre 8. I feel sorry for the young man. 6 over after the first 3 holes, having started bogey, quadruple bogey. But to his credit, he's made 3 birdies thereafter coming in. Sits at 3 over for the day. Still in the top 10 at 9 under for the tournament.
And to Kshitij's credit, he is one of those who never shows any emotion on course.
Very right again. Well, he's on the 16th hole now, and that's par 5. So he has a great opportunity to grab another stroke or 2. Onwards to the 18th. A very interesting par 4. 330 yards.
There goes Varun Parekh.
Couple of trees in the middle of the fairway, so it's imperative to position your tee shot correctly.
And he is on the left side there.
Well, that was the big stick.
Not a bad drive. He's short of the green.
Yeah, I think he's in the green side bunker, so definitely giving himself a go.
Yes.
But like we spoke, you got to hit it high with the driver and get it over those two trees in the middle of the fairway.
That's right. And the young man caddying for Kshitij used to caddy for Shubhankar earlier.
Well, with Shubhankar, of course, plying his trade on the European tour. And Kshitij, of course, being a young superstar, rising superstar, he's clearly impressed upon this caddy, and I think the caddy's made a good choice.
And just for our viewers, Shivas, all the intricacies of the game. The importance of a caddy. We know he tells you the direction of the wind, the line, the slope on the greens. What else is, integral to a caddy's role?
Great question. But before that, let's have a look at Karandeep's chip here. He's certainly two there. It's on a downslope. It's not the easiest of pitches. But then, of course, there's a reason he's as good as he is.
Yes. Karandeep Kochhar giving himself a chance there.
Because there he was literally on the downslope of the 17th tee,
Yes.
Kshitij, of course, doing his bit. And yes, so speaking about the intricacies of the game, the caddy's role, it's a lot more than people realize. Well, temperamentally, I think it really starts with that. You have to understand when to be the trigger for your player, when to keep things positive, when to keep things light, when to be a good friend, to keep an opinion, an eye also on when to keep your player hydrated, because the player can get a little lost when he's a little pumped or she's pumped, as the case may be. So it's very important to understand, the players' triggers, their body language, how to calm them down when they're getting a little excitable and quick, how to keep them, get them to walk with their chin high when things are low, and also do preparatory work, in terms of preparing for the golf course you're playing.
Right. Oh, that's a bad miss there by Kshitij. You wouldn't have expected that.
Well, if we can maybe get an action replay at some point, you will notice that, there was a bit of a body sway. We've been talking earlier in the telecast, particularly with the chip and the pitches. Yes, we have that. You see that? That's great. We have the action replay, and just see his body move back and through, and he just quit on that. It was just the hands were not quiet. The body was not quiet. It wasn't just the hands on the shoulders.
So it does happen to experienced pros as well.
Oh, for sure. For sure. This green is really quick from back to front. And of course, we have a flag today that is cut at the top, 23. So there wasn't much room, or he obviously wanted to hit it very close. Now, of course, he has a significantly easier chip.
Oh,
and he's
just missed. So he was trying to make up for that distance. He was being a little tentative, I guess.
Yeah, he had to just flip it and leave it on the putting surface, and it would have, rolled down with the slope and just the contour.
Right.
And I think he just misjudged that, flubbed it a bit, probably got it half an inch behind the ball, and that just killed it.
Right.
But even if that had landed on the green, as it was played, it wouldn't have really gotten very close to the flag. But full marks on him, at least saving his par, but definitely a shot given away to the field there.
Yes.
There's a lot of folks who've actually made 3s or 4s on this particular hole today.
Is that what you call a duff?
Well, I don't like using that word, but yes, generally speaking, yes, that was a duff.
It's a very colourful t-shirt there for Yuvraj Sandhu today. He likes sporting bright colours generally.
No, he does. And I quite like that, because it certainly, livens things up, and you express your personality through your clothes as well. I certainly believe that.
Oh, he's gone way past.
Wow, that was very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. In fact, he's left himself all of 5 feet, maybe 5.5, coming back.
And putting hasn't been easy today for the pros. We've seen so many missed putts today. And that's a very tricky distance.
Indeed, indeed. The Yuvraj certainly has made amends today after a very, I would say, slow start. Had a couple of bogeys going out. And now we have Karandeep.
That's taking his time.
That's a putt for birdie after that tremendous pitch shot from
Yes.
the left of the green.
He wants to make sure he makes that chip count. And we have Pukhraj Singh Gill on the right of our screen. So we are bringing you action from hole number 16 and hole number 17. Hole number 16 on the left and hole number 17 on the right. Karandeep going for that putt. He just on the left side, on the lip.
He knew how important that was. That was really, really important for him to get some momentum going. You know, he's given away a few shots today, and that was an important birdie opportunity. In the meantime, Pukhraj from the right side.
Pukhraj has gone past the hole.
And it's still not dead. That might end up, well, almost.
Yes.
Good 10 feet past.
The ball is not holding on the greens, is it, Shivas? Am I right if I say that?
Well, it was certainly a tricky little chip shot because he's coming back all the way downhill from a rough, so you're not going to get much spin on the ball owing to the grass that gets between the club face and the ball into the grooves. But still he's given himself a return putt that's uphill, which I think is a better place to be than leaving yourself something downhill, which you have to just always be a little more cautious. Meantime, a great putt there from Yuvraj. Not sure if that was for a birdie, but certainly things having gotten a lot better for him on the course after his shaky start.
Absolutely.
So Tapi Ghai in the meantime having birdied the 16th. Nikhil has gone to 15 under par.
Okay, so he's maintaining that two-shot differential at the top.
And Pukhraj, of course, also birdied the 16th, and now he has an all-important par putt here on the 17th to stay in touch with Tapendra Ghai.
So we'll now be joined by Mr. V. Krishnaswamy as I leave the commentator's box.
Welcome back, Swami. Lots of action on the closing stretch.
Thank you, Nikhil. Yes, indeed, there's been a lot of action out there. Abhinav Lohan making a bid right at the end with a couple of birdies on 16 and 18. And here is Pukhraj Gill, who is making his own charge. That's a fist bump with his caddy.
That was a tremendous par save. He had a precarious little pitch shot coming back down the hill. So this keeps him in touch, just two behind Tapendra Ghai. I think he knows how important that putt was. Very good effort there. So the round of the day co-owned by Ariman Aditya Mohan and Manu Gandas, both bringing in 7 under pars each. And Tapi Ghai, one shot away from that.
Remember, Tapi dropped a bogey also. At 15 under, he is in the lead. Pukhraj Gill knocking closely there on his heels, chasing him on his heels.
Oh, that's a great putt. A very, very good roll.
That's it. I mean, there was a bit of tentativeness that I thought, the way he held his hand back, that fist, and then suddenly when he saw the ball about 6 inches away, he then clenched it and kind of, almost willed it to go further.
He's been looking very relaxed, very comfortable, very self-assured today, I believe.
Man, a few words, I must say. Short sentences as answers there and focused completely.
Yeah, we have Hani Baisoya to clean things up. No mistake there. Well done. That keeps him at 12 under in third place.
You know, the crucial time is like this. You know, when you've got a last couple of holes on the third day, when the weather is not exactly what you want, hot, humid, and really tough out there. The breeze has actually abated a little bit, though the flags might suggest otherwise. The breeze is a little less than what it was a couple of hours ago, but nevertheless the conditions not so easy. And you know, even a bit of tentativeness, like we just saw Varun Parikh's putt out there, could mean a challenging, you know, putt after that.
You know, Varun, I feel, has been struggling a little bit today with the green reading side of it. We've been seeing his emotions, and here again he had a birdie opportunity. Got the pace right, but clearly misread the line. Broke away a lot from him.
So we continue to have Tapi Kai up there at 16 under and in the lead, and 3 shots clear of
Pukhraj
and Yuvraj.
Yes, Pukhraj and Yuvraj both tied at 13 under. And, you know, a good recovery from Yuvraj, who had 2 bogeys in his first 5 holes, to now sit at, 3 under par.
Considering the murderous weather, I must think the heat, still the kind of mid-April, and the heat is already that much. I'm sure most of these players are looking forward to a break after the next tournament in Bangalore, the Couple Day Thornton event, because it's really getting hot.
Well, the good news, of course, Swami, is that Bangalore will have significantly better weather than we had in Ahmedabad last week and we have in Delhi this week. And the venue for next week's Grand Thornton, the Prestige Shire Golf Club, a tremendous golf club, outstanding facility, great hospitality. Declan McCollum, who's the GM there, place is run by Troon Golf, a good friend, and he puts in a lot of work. So we can expect players to have a treat, and the viewers will certainly enjoy the broadcast from there as well. Warren left for that for his par and to close his round for the day. Warren, of course, is even par for the day, having had 4 bogeys and 4 birdies, and this one for a par, for an even par round, and to sit at 13th place. Well done. Not particularly happy with his effort today. Angad Chima.
End of the day for Varun Parikh.
So Varun, of course, playing alongside Angad Chima and Prabhakaran. Angad Chima also in 10th place, having shot 2 under today.
So only 2 more groups to go today, and I'm sure they're all raring to leave the golf course and get into cooler climes and some soft drinks, cold soft drinks.
Pravagaran, of course, not having the happiest of days today, completing his round in 2 over par, having dropped some spots down to 22nd place and sitting at 6 under par for the tournament.
And here comes the lead group.
They are coming down the 17th hole. Have some visuals on the rock formations in the center of the fairway. Kshitij seems...
Look at those fountains and the sprinklers at the back, so inviting there, especially on a hot day like this.
Oh yes, and that right there, kudos, to the course superintendent and his team, as the leader group has cleared the 16th hole and the surrounds between the 16th green and the 17th tee. They've got their sprinkler system on, so it doesn't disturb or come in the way of any players, and yet at the same time doesn't really cause too much damage to the course in terms of the heat that they have to deal with this week.
So the lead group there on the 17th, just one more hole to go for them. They approach the 17th green right in front of them, and then one more hole before calling it a day.
You're absolutely right, Swami. You've been, stressing about the pace of play, and all these players have been very respectful of that. No one is lagged behind. They're on point. They're staying in touch with the group in front of them. That's a very, very good sign.
A word about Kshitij. 6 over after 3 holes, a bogey, a quad, and a bogey. Since then, he's picked up 3 birdies and got himself to 3 over. The 17th and 18th left for him. Must say, some kind of courage, a lot of courage displayed by this young man to have fought back from 3 over, or from 6 over to 3 over. I'm sure he'd like to pick up another shot or 2 if possible, but I think it'll just be another 1 at best now. He's already on the 17th.
Yes, here we are with the penultimate group. We have Pokraj Singhil, Tapendra Ghai, and Hani Baisoya.
At Calance, we don't just build technology, we engineer what's next. From cutting-edge software development to intelligent infrastructure and automation, we power digital transformation for tomorrow's enterprises. With deep domain expertise and a global delivery model, we help businesses scale smarter, faster, and more securely. Calance, future-ready solutions built today.
We are back live there. Pokraj Gill.
Pokraj seems to have deployed a different strategy for this 18th. He's hit an iron off the tee, laid it up, not taken on the green. And now he's probably firing in a pitching wedge or a 9-iron into the green at the flag. There are different ways to play the hole. You saw Varun going with a big flat stick and driving the greenside bunker. And here you have Pokraj hitting an iron off the tee, taking those trees out of play in the center of the fairway, and then hitting a big wedge on.
It also depends upon, remember, this is the end of a long and tiring day. So you also need to kind of look at your energy levels to see what kind of a shot you're prepared to take. Because at this time, they would rather finish safely par rather than kind of take their chances, depending upon where they lie. And Pokraj probably knows that he should just hang in there. He has a decent chance. A full day tomorrow, the final day, and so he's probably not going to kind of, just throw away a shot or 2. Of course, every shot will matter.
No, and he certainly has a birdie opportunity here as well.
Exactly, absolutely.
Green in regulation, can't go wrong with that. And give yourself a birdie opportunity. So, good, smart play.
It's actually been a season where Pukhraj has time and again put himself in those last few groups, which means that his quality of play has shown a very good upward trend. So it means maturity, much more thought process going into it, excellent course management, and of course, management of one's own energy levels.
No, very well put, Swami. That is exactly that. That's well played. Leaves himself about 4 feet away. Uphill. And I suspect right to left. Well, slightly. Ever so slightly.
Tapping high, the leader at 16 under, a 3-shot margin over this man on the screen there in the kind of pink colored shirt out there.
Tapping high, Swami has had 8 birdies in 17 holes.
Absolutely.
He's been quiet with his ways, nothing spectacular.
That bogey that he dropped on the 14th was a big disappointment because that was a kind of a soft one that he gave away. So, but wonderful play.
You're right, that was a soft one because the 14th isn't the hardest of the par threes. So definitely, but it happens, it happens so often. The players on a tear, on a good round, and sometimes it's one of the easier holes that you make a mistake, and usually it's a mental mistake.
That's true.
Well, that's spin high, as your predecessor Nikhil Calance was mentioning. Wrong direction, but pin high. Safely done, and he stays in second place at 13 under for the championship after 3 rounds. Yuvraj, of course, right behind him with an opportunity to pass him by.
Hani Basoya there.
Yes. I just noticed Hani Basoya probably the only golfer I see in the field today wearing a black pair of golf shoes.
And they look pretty heavy though. I'm sure they're not. Those Puchois are nice shoes though.
Yes, with our camera team doing such a wonderful job and closing in, I've just been used to seeing whites and variants of whites with stripes and details. But this is the first pure black shoe I have seen all day.
It's just sometimes, certain shoes or certain parts of your apparel become your favorites, and that's what you want to wear it in the final 2 rounds.
Quite right. Well, I've done a lot of work with juniors and run junior tour events, and it used to be fascinating, sitting with parents and they're talking about their kid's lucky trouser and the kid going absolutely nuts about a lucky marker being misplaced. Oh man, those are fun days.
So there's Tapping high.
About 4 feet.
End of the day.
4 feet of real estate, yes, to end this campaign for today. Well done.
Right. Perfect. Disappears there. Happy with it. Good day there for Tapping high. He can be very pleased with himself.
No, and he has every reason to be so. I've just been admiring the way he's just gone about his business today. Very quiet, nothing spectacular. He's been getting the job done.
That's the name of the game. Get the job done.
And here we are, back with Navid Kshitij Kaul, hole number 17. Well done. You know, a word about our sponsors. You know, Calance, the first time, Swami, they are entering golf as title sponsors. It's been great to have 3 events back to back, each time with a first time title sponsor. It's just heartening to see, you know, the PGTI bring in new sponsors, new benefactors, and new supporters for the game. It's really a wonderful place.
You know, Shivas, it's very appropriate that you speak of that because just around the turn, I had a chance when I went to have a word with some of these players. I also met Yuvraj's father, who's there right at the end of the screen. There you are. And he was very appreciative. He says the tour's done great, you know, by pulling in so many sponsors, a pretty solid schedule out there. And so all these young boys are actually have a lot of incentive to play for. So I think it's been terrific, and he was very appreciative of the tour and the opportunities that have been provided for young golfers.
You know, you're so right, because, you know, to run any event, any tour, the 2 primary drivers are keeping your players happy and your sponsors happy. And you take care of these 2, and the growth will automatically happen.
Absolutely.
The players will come in, the energy has a way of being infectious. You see gorgeous player lounges, very well set up. The players don't have to fend for their food or pay for their food or their beverages or their breakfast. It's all there, and it's all convenient, and it's all high quality, good service, good menus, and that's wonderful, really.
Look at it. The players are the biggest stakeholders of a tour. You keep them happy, you have a great tour.
And that Raj with the big stick driving into the green side bunker on this 329-yard measly par 4.
He was trying to go for the green there.
He's a strong boy. I mean, we had a great visual of his swing from, you know, chest on, and beautiful.
He's been working in the gym pretty hard. I know that.
You can see that. No, it's so good to see these boys. You know, as you said, they're not lacking physically, they're not lacking mentally, they're not lacking in terms of exposure, experience, facilities. It's just about their heart and their will.
Absolutely.
Coach, you're going with a different approach. The iron. He's not happy. Looks like he's just left that to the right. I hope that's a bit short of the rock formation. That's very close to where Pukraj had hit it in the previous group. 2 ways to approach the same hole. And Kshitij, yep, cold-blooded, as he calls himself now. He's got the big stick out. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. He's going after this one.
Last chance for him to pick up a shot if he can.
And I find this young man very exciting to watch. I have to be honest about it.
Listen, he's still hanging around in the top 10 despite that quad. I just can't get over 6 over after 3. He's fighting hard.
That's a solid hit.
There, almost.
There you are. About 15 yards short of the green. And dare I say, in a very good spot, because the pin is center left. And he's on the right side. So he's giving himself a nice little...
He's got a pretty good look.
Yes.
From there.
That was close. नमस्ते, मैं हूं अमनदीप जौहल, PGTI का CEO. अपनी टिकट खरीदिए बुक माई शो पे. यहाँ आइए. इस हफ्ते कलांस ओपन हो रहा है. इंडिया के टॉप प्रोफेशनल्स यहाँ गोल्फ खेल रहे हैं. कुतुब गोल्फ क्लब में बहुत से प्राइजेस हैं, बहुत से कॉन्टेस्ट हैं. ये देखिए, कोशिश कर रहा हूं मैं. इजी, मीडियम, हार्ड. मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊंगा, पर लेकिन आपका चांस है अच्छे प्राइजेस जीतने को. डोंट वेस्ट एनी टाइम. Go to book my show, buy a ticket for 49 rupees and come here at Qutab Golf Club.
Yes, perfect.
Well, thank you, Amandeep. Well, you made easy look easy, but for Swami and me, that's not easy, medium, hard. It's hard, harder, hardest.
Absolutely. I prefer that, Shivas. Hard, harder, hardest. Yes. No, even that easiest one, as Amandeep called it, is not easy. So the lead group on the 18th fairway now.
And of course, Sampachari shepherding them in.
So that was Tappy Kai. He closed with a birdie there right at the end. So it was a birdie finish, a triple birdie finish. So 17 under.
And the round of the day at 8 under for the day.
Yes. Absolutely. A good handy 4-shot lead over Hani Basoya, who kept up slowly but steadily with 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. That was a solid finish there from Hani.
No, you're right. Honey's birdied the last and joined Pukhraj and Yuvraj in second place. But now Yuvraj, of course, with that big blow to the greenside trap on this par 4, has the opportunity to pull one ahead of them, and he'll still be 3 behind Tapi Ghai. But I must say, I'm very impressed with the way Tapi Ghai has gone about his business today.
A star, absolutely. And I love the way he said, shot by shot. I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not thinking anything. I just want to play one shot at a time. Excellent there. Well done, Tappy. And I'm sure he's looking for a lot of tap-ins tomorrow.
Yep. The Tapi Ghai also, correct me if I'm wrong, Swami, is one of the part owners of the beautiful driving range in Gurgaon called Harmony Camp.
He's a man of many parts. He's a wonderful person as such. Lives, breathes golf. Yes, indeed, he is. And he plays well. He's given a lot to the game, so he's trying to give, and he's very young.
No, and Harmony Golf Camp, I've been there a few times. I see a lot of young players practicing. It's a great facility. I think there are about 60, 70 odd bays, some from artificial turf for the beginners, some from the natural turf and grass, which is for the tour professionals or the top amateurs, because as we all know, the artificial turf gets the club head to behave differently, and also when you hit a massive amount of golf balls, it can cause some sort of injuries as well.
2 on. He's on the green now. Has a longish putt for
Kocher. Yes, he looks like he got away with a little bit after that miscue off the tee. So these are our last 3 boys on the course: Yuvraj Sandhu, Karandeep Kocher, and Kshitij Navidkol. Kshitij did bogey the 17th, so that did drop him back now. So, and undo a bit of the good work he had done. So he's at 4 over for the day, still in 11th place. And, if he can get a birdie here and steady it somewhat, it'll be nice to see him move back into the top 10. The boys having a chat, figuring out who goes first. Looks like Yuvraj will.
Let's see how good a place. We can't see. So there's some sand flying there. Oh, no.
Not the best efforts. Just didn't give it enough light.
He's really lucky to get away with the par.
There is a lot of left to right movement, and I think that's what he was trying to just maybe fly it another 2 yards more and let it feed down that slope, and just didn't give it enough.
He should be happy to get away with the par if he can here.
Kshitij, of course, in a great spot as we spoke, having driven it to the front right of the green. And that's a nice little pitch. Get in the hole. That was close.
Very close.
I just love the way this guy never gets his foot off the pedal.
That's the sign of youth and aggression. Keep it going. Let it go. Forget about what's happened before that. Nice attitude.
Indeed. So I think it's still going to be Yuvraj who's away. Karandeep certainly closer to the flag than Yuvraj is. I quite like that yellow color head cover he has on his driver. Quite unique and different from most of the head covers we see.
Colorful guy. Have a look at his shirt. He needs to get a good pitch from there.
The ball seems to be sitting up nicely, so that's a good sign.
Oh, he almost had it there. He almost had it.
I love this concept where player shows his intent when they get the pin flag taken out. They want to hold that. A par. Gets away with a par.
Lovely pitch, so he should have that par. And so that is 13 under for him.
Indeed. But he will be disappointed. I think he would have expected better on this final hole, particularly after that drive. And that, of course, leaves him, as you rightly said, at 13 under after 3 days.
So the man of the day, clearly Tapendra Khai at 62, right? 8 under. After a 60 from this man on the screen, Kshitij Naved call, it was Tapi Khai at 62. Wonderful play there. Nice scores out there, some of them. 7 under from Manu Kandal, 7 under from Aryaman, 8 under from Tapi. There's another 6 under down there from Jamal Hussain. And of course, Yash Majumdar had an amazing 29 on the back line in his 7 under total.
And now, of course, we have Karandeep Kocher for a birdie of his own. And he does that. Well done, Karandeep.
Nothing like a birdie on the closing hole of the day. Leaves a good taste. I'm sure it's still time for lunch and it will taste much better.
And that moves Karandeep up from 8th spot to 6th spot today.
Another look at that wonderful putt there from Karandeep. Slowly and then dives into that.
I was just looking at the score sheet, Swami, and, the 4-over par at which Kshitij sits today is close to being the worst round of the day. There's just 1 6-over today, and then that's 4-over. A couple of them at 4-over.
Look at
Very
that.
interesting swing, I must say. The vagaries of golf and life.
The two ends of the stick.
Well, that's a good birdie for him to finish. I think he heard me. Got it back to 3-over par.
Okay, take that, Shivas.
Looks like I have the young man's ears. Well, I'm happy for that. That finishes the day at 3-over and moves back into the top 10 with that. So he's at 9 under, but that now leaves him 8 shots behind the leader.
Yuvraj gets that putt par in the end. So
Karandeep all smiles. Errant drive, got away with that. Great pitch, great putt. And what do you know? He makes a birdie.
Right on top. 17, Hani Basoya, Pukhraj Gill, and Yuvraj Sandhu on his heels. At 13 under, of course, a bit of a big gap between their four shots. And Abhinav Lohan sole fifth, Aryaman Aditya Mahon at sixth, tied with Dhruv Sheeran and Manu Kandas, were currently coaching in sole eighth place. Gaurav Pratap Singh in 10th. And so it's been a good day out there, good action.
And
That should come up now when the scoreboard is finally updated there.
yes, so he's back, well, to the top 10, but unfortunately still 8 shots now behind the leader. It's good to see Chirag Kumar back after injury. I mean, he had a solid showing of a 1 under today, 2 under for the tournament. Takes a while to get back. So it's good to see Chiggy back in the mix, playing some golf.
So there, a scoreboard on your screens after day 3. Tapendra Kai at 17 under, Hani Basoya, Pukhraj Gill and Yuvraj Sandhu all tied at 13 under in the second place. Abhinav Lohan sole 5th place at 12 under. Aryaman Aditya Mohan at 11 under, tied for 6th place with Dhruv Sheeran and currently coach Manu Kandas. The Order of Merit winner 2 years ago, when he pipped Yuvraj Sandhu at the post in terms of the merit list. He is now 10 under.
So that's 60 of them going into the final round. And interestingly, in 60th place, of course, having made the cut, is Sachin Baisoya, our winner last week.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about the vagaries and the way this game works.
Some highlights of the day now.
This is the par 3, 6th hole. And now the par 3, 10th hole. It's really nice that the production pack team puts the highlights package together. For those who've tuned in later, they can always catch a little bit of the action. That was Warren Parekh, and now we have, of course, Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj has just been a superstar today, just grinding it out, holding his own. Pukhraj has been impressive as well. Strong young lad.
This is the man who was the most impressive of all.
Beyond doubt.
Prabhakaran didn't have the best 2 days, or he's still hanging in there. His goal, the hero of the second day at 10 under, had his moments of anguish, a quadruple bogey, but still finished with a birdie right at the end. And Yuvraj from the thick and thin.
Yes, this is also, I think, from the 5th hole. And that actually was a putt that Yuvraj did miss thereafter. The 5th hole has multiple ways of playing that. A lot of folks have been hitting a long iron off the tee and then another long iron in. Those trees in the center of the fairway. Pole that runs alongside the driving range here at Qutab Golf Club. The driving range itself, a beautiful 2-tier driving range, a wonderful cafe as well. A great facility with an artificial putting green, all weather. I mean, truly, Qutab Golf Course exemplifies and is a great demonstration of how a public or people's facility should be set up. A tricky little 10th hole on our screen right now. That was Tapi Guy's birdie putt right there. So a great day of golf, and of course we look forward to day 4 and bringing you the live telecast here from the Qutab Golf Club. It's just so exciting that professional golf has come back to the Qutab Golf Club after a 15-year gap. And most of the professional golfers here are playing their first professional event here at Qutab, and last played here as junior golfers. So big shout out to our title sponsors, Calance, first time sponsors on the PGTI. And it's been a great 3 days here at the Calance Open 2025. We must also thank our other tour partners and sponsors, IndusInd Bank, Bisleri, Vivo X200 for their phones, Amrutanjan Electro, Aesthetic Drive, Golf Design India, and Rolex. Last but not the least, Tourist Choice. Here we are at the end of our highlight reel for the day. Please do tune in tomorrow